Chapter 1253. The last steel carried Chun Zong's expectations and hopes. The aura of Swordway. The suffocating aura of Swordway made Chun Zong happy. He practiced the sword and was destined to walk the path of Swordway. All other ways of cultivation were auxiliary. They were to help him become stronger, to help him live a better life, and to pursue the path of Swordway with his living body. That was all. His life was a sword, and it would not change until he died. Without hesitation, Chun Zong stepped forward and stood in front of the steel that emitted the aura of Swordway. This aura gave Chun Zong a familiar feeling, as if he had felt it somewhere before. Of course, this was the legacy left behind by an expert of the Swordway in the antiquity times. Chun Zong was not from the antiquity times, so it was impossible for him to have come into contact with it. However, King Taiyuan was from the antiquity times. This aura of Swordway immediately reminded Chun Zong of the expert of Swordway in King Taiyuan's memory. With a swing of his sword, the sword light traversed 30,000 miles and killed countless demons of the void of the Saint Realm. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. How yearning! Chun Zong straightened his back like a sword. An astonishing sharpness suddenly emanated from his body and soared into the sky. In an instant, it came into contact with the aura of the inheritance steel. The sharpness of the sword seemed to come from the same source. They immediately merged into one, and there was no distinction between them. All the distracting thoughts in Chun Zong's mind disappeared in an instant. They became incomparably pure, like the brilliance of a sword that spread and illuminated the world. The steel in front of him also dissolved in an instant and quickly spread out, as if it had turned into a world. Mountains and rivers rose from the ground and swept out in all directions. In an instant, a world spread out in front of him like a picture scroll. Great rivers and mountains were in front of him. The gigantic tree towered into the sky like a giant pillar supporting the heavens. Chun Zong was shocked. He had never seen such a scene before. It seemed that such gigantic trees could only be found in the primeval forests where people rarely tread. They were hundreds or even thousands of meters tall. The air was filled with traces of the aura of the ancient times. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a real world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Chun Zong was looking around, a series of buzzing sounds came from all directions. It seemed to come from the vastness of the heavens, and also seemed to spread out from the deepest part of his heart. In the next moment, endless sword light seemed to break out from the ground, yet also seemed to come from the endless sky. The sword light was like waves, endless and boundless. The extreme majesty and sharpness seemed to want to drown the heavens and the earth, as well as Chun Zong. In front of this vast and endless sword light, Chun Zong felt that he was as insignificant as a speck of dust and an ant. It was as if he had been suppressed and imprisoned, unable to move. Even his thoughts seemed to have been frozen. He could only watch as the endless sword light approached. In the next moment, his body would be blasted into pieces by the sword light, causing his soul to disperse and vanish completely from the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Chun Zong forgot everything else, including the fact that he was here to receive the inheritance. All he could feel was the threat of death looming over him once again. It was more intense than when he was facing the Great Abyss King, and more ferocious than when he faced the high-level half-saint void evil dragon man in the illusory battle of demons. Even his thoughts were almost frozen. He had no power to resist and could only wait for death. No. Subconsciously, Chun Zong let out an angry roar. The dawn of sword principle was right in front of him. How could he die here? Not allowed. Not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. I still want to reach the peak of sword principle and step onto the other shore of sword principle. I want to see the scenery of the peak and understand the profundity of the other shore. The desire and persistence in the deepest part of his subconscious burst out in an instant. The sword radiance in Chun Zong's eyes was extremely dense, and an incomparably strong aura seemed to condense and soar into the sky. At the same time, the endless and incomparably sharp sword radiance rushed over and directly drowned Chunzong. Everything in the world, tangible and intangible, was crushed into nothingness by the sword radiance. 15 minutes. The incomparably mighty sword radiance lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually disappeared. When the sword radiance disappeared, a figure appeared in the world with a look of horror on his face. At that moment, Chunzong thought that he was going to die, that he was going to be drowned and torn to pieces by the terrifying sword radiance. But he persevered. In the end, he persevered. Terrifying. It was so terrifying that Chunzong did not want to go through it a second time. It was even more terrifying than facing the remnant soul of the great Abyss King. Sword Principal Jr., you did well. You passed my test. Just as Chunzong was struggling to get rid of the horror of the endless sword radiance penetrating his body and tearing his flesh and soul to pieces, a vast, indistinct, grand, and boundless ancient voice seemed to have penetrated the endless space and time from the ancient times and descended. The moment the voice sounded, the wild wind in the world stopped and solidified. A patch of darkness seemed to descend, as if it was an eternal night. Chunzong could not move. Under the influence of this voice, it seemed to be even more terrifying than the sword radiance just now. The light diffused, and the eternal night disappeared. A figure seemed to have torn the endless space and time from the ancient times. Time reversed and space reversed. He took a step forward and solidified from a blur to a solid form, appearing in front of Chunzong. The familiar figure was the sword principal expert in the great Abyss King's memory. He was a supreme saint expert who cultivated the sword principle. At this moment, he was standing in front of Chunzong. He felt that he could not breathe. A trace of indescribable respect rose from the depths of his heart and spread out. This supreme saint expert had an ordinary appearance, but his aura was unique. He was like a scorching sun between heaven and earth, illuminating the world and illuminating the world. Junior Sword Principal greets Senior. Chunzong straightened his back and crossed his arms in a sword salute. This was respect for the senior in the sword principle, as well as for the senior who killed the void demon in the ancient times. No matter what kind of person he was, these 2 points alone were enough for Chunzong to show his sincere respect. Junior, you have passed my test and are qualified to know my title, the Supreme Saint said. The Supreme Swordsman spoke. His voice did not sound as vast as before. It sounded more real and profound, as if it was branded. My name is the Heavenly Calamity Sword Saint. Tribulation Sword Saint. Chunzong repeated it silently. He felt an indescribable throbbing in the depths of his heart and soul. Tribulation. These 2 words seemed to contain the power of heaven. Sword Saint. Sword Saint. Sword Principal Absolute Saint. What a respectable title. What an honor. Junior, enter my inheritance, Sword Steel, and pass my test. You are qualified to receive my inheritance. The Tribulation Sword Saint did not pay attention to Chunzong's inner shock and thoughts. He said again, there are 2 inheritances in this inheritance, Sword Steel. You can choose one. The first inheritance is the sword technique I practiced when I entered the Saint realm. It is called Tribulation Sword Technique, a Saint grade top grade. The second inheritance is the path I opened. It is called 3 Tribulation Sharpening. It is a unique secret technique, but I did not practice it. Chunzong was shocked when he heard the first inheritance. Saint grade top grade sword technique. It was undoubtedly the peak of Saint grade martial arts. There might be Saint grade top grade martial arts above it, but they were very rare. After all, Spirit grade martial arts were rare. Spirit grade top grade martial arts were very rare, and Spirit grade top grade martial arts were very rare. In the entire sky-bearing sky territory, it was just a name. Perhaps there were Spirit grade top grade martial arts in Sky Origin Saint Realm, but Saint grade martial arts were not comparable to Spirit grade martial arts. Even if there were Spirit grade martial arts, they were very rare. Saint grade top grade martial arts were enough to cause countless Saint realm masters to fight for it. Chunzong was very tempted. Saint grade top grade sword technique was also called Tribulation Sword Technique, and the opponent was called Tribulation Sword Saint. It could be inferred how terrifying this sword technique was. It might be the top of Saint grade martial arts. But immediately, Chunzong calmed down as if he had been doused with cold water. Saint grade sword technique was very good and powerful, but the premise was that he had to master it. With his current foundation and realm, he had no clue how to comprehend Saint grade blood drop sword technique, let alone Saint grade tribulation sword technique. After he got it, he would not be able to use it for a long time. After all, the more advanced a martial art was, the more it required a strong foundation and solid foundation to comprehend and cultivate it. Chunzong's accumulation was just at the beginning of Saint grade martial arts. He could practice Saint grade low-grade martial arts, but Saint grade mid-grade martial arts were not easy. As for Saint grade top grade martial arts, it was even more difficult. Saint grade top grade martial arts were needless to say. The road was to walk step by step. There was no reaching the sky in one step. Rice was to be eaten one bite at a time. You cannot become fat in one breath. Everything needed a foundation. For example, building a tall building required a good foundation and stable walls. Everything, no matter how simple or precious it was, no matter how ordinary or mysterious it was, had many principles. Understanding this principle, Chunzong quickly calmed down and thought about the second inheritance. 3 tribulations sharpening. He could not tell anything from the name. He could only get some simple information from the Tribulation Sword Saint's words, the path of cultivation and the secret method. Senior, can you tell me more about the 3 tribulations sharpening? Chunzong asked seriously. The 3 tribulations sharpening was created by all my feelings in the later stage. It sharpens the sword intent. If you master it, you will have a chance to surpass me. The Tribulation Sword Saint said simply, but Chunzong's expression changed slightly. Sword intent. There were 5 realms in the Tao of Sword. The 4th realm was enlightening sword principle, and the 5th realm was palm sword intent. However, the 3 tribulations sharpening was to sharpen the sword intent. How could he understand the word supreme? If he master it, he would have a chance to surpass the Tribulation Sword Saint. What about it? In an instant, countless thoughts burst forth. With the current strength of Chunzong's soul, thousands of thoughts could burst forth in a single breath. Then, Chunzong caught another point. The Tribulation Sword Art was the sword art practiced by the Tribulation Sword Saint when he entered the Saint realm. The 3 tribulations sharpening was created by him in the later stage. Did the so-called later stage refer to the Great Saint realm? Thoughts burst forth and collided. Chunzong's eyes became brighter and brighter. Although the Tribulation Sword Saint said little, it did not stop Chunzong from guessing. The Tribulation Sword Saint did not urge him. He quietly waited for Chunzong to make a choice. Choose. How should I choose? The first inheritance was the Tribulation Sword Art of the highest grade of the Saint realm. The second inheritance was the secret method of the 3 tribulations sharpening, whose effect was unknown. Then, Chunzong exhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. Then, he would leave the choice to his heart. Chapter 1254. In one's life, one would face countless choices on the path of cultivation. It could be 2 types, 3 types, or multiple types. The choice was very important. It would affect one's future path and how far a cultivator could go. The wrong choice would lead to a dead end. It would be too late to turn back. The right choice was to walk toward a bright path of hope. Then, how could one make the right choice? Sometimes people's thoughts would be confused, deviated, and made mistakes. It was not always accurate because there were too many external disturbances and temptations, which would affect one's thoughts and judgment all the time. Leave it to the heart. Leave it to the deepest part of the heart to make the choice. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to make the right choice even if they left it to the heart, because most cultivators had a vague concept of the heart. Chunzong did not, especially after comprehending the mystery of the heart sword. He had a deeper understanding of the way of the heart. He calmed down, removed all distracting thoughts and disturbances, and immersed himself in the deepest part of the heart, leaving the choice to his heart. No doubts in the heart. Follow the guidance and choice of the heart, and make the right choice for oneself. Heavenly Tribulation, Sword Technique. 3 Tribulations, Sharpening Edge. Choose one of the two, which one? After a quarter of an hour, Chunzong's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a beam of light shot out like sword light. Senior, I choose the second path. 3 Tribulations, Sharpening Edge. Chunzong's expression was very firm, and his tone was very firm. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would not waver. Good. The Heavenly Tribulation Sword Saint revealed a smile, and then pointed his finger, which seemed to last forever. The finger touched Chunzong's forehead without any reaction. Suddenly, a stream of information poured into Chunzong's sea of consciousness and into his soul like a torrent. 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths, the Heavenly Tribulation Sword Saint's finger left his body. Cultivate well. I hope you can forge the supreme sword will with the 3 Tribulations Sharpening Edge. The voice was faint, echoing between heaven and earth. The Heavenly Tribulation Sword Saint's body faded and dissipated with the wind, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He was everywhere and no longer existed. Heaven and earth still existed, and Chunzong did not leave. He sat cross-legged in the void above an endless forest of ancient trees. Under the endless sea of clouds, a gentle breeze blew. Retracting his gaze and thoughts, Chunzong cleared all distracting thoughts and began to sort out the information that had flooded into his mind. 3 Tribulations Sharpening the Edge. This secret technique was suspected to have been created by the Heavenly Tribulation Sword Saint when he was in the Great Saint realm to sharpen his sword intent. The transmission ended in just 10 breaths of time, but the information contained within was extremely vast and astonishing. Moreover, each word could be said to be incomparably mysterious. Even so, there were also annotations left by the Heaven's Calamity Sword Saint. Chunzong could refer to them and understand them better, which would make it easier for him to cultivate. The Heavenly Calamity Sword Saint's Way of the Sword had long surpassed the 5th level of the Way of the Sword. As a result, the 3 Tribulations Sharpening was useless to him, so he did not cultivate it. However, Chunzong's Way of the Sword was only in the 4th level, so the 3 Tribulations Sharpening was naturally of great use. After meditating, Chunzong had a deeper understanding of the 3 Tribulations Sharpening and had basically grasped the mysteries within. Unfortunately, the 3 Tribulations Sharpening was used to sharpen his sword intent, and its purpose was to forge the supreme sword intent. Now, Chunzong's Way of the Sword was only in the 4th level of the Way of the Sword, the light sword principle. Only after breaking through and comprehending the embryonic form of the sword intent could he officially cultivate the 3 Tribulations Sharpening. For now, he could only put it aside for the time being. After he finished meditating, the surrounding heaven and earth began to fade gradually and slowly disappeared. After an unknown period of time, Chunzong suddenly woke up and appeared on the 3rd floor of the Ice Emperor Palace. He was still standing in front of the 100-meter sword steel. The sword steel was still filled with the aura of the Way of the Sword, but it seemed to have faded a lot. Chunzong did not know whether it was his illusion or not. In fact, Chunzong did not know that the Heaven Tribulation Sword Saint's inheritance was mainly the Heaven Tribulation Sword Art. The 3 Tribulations Sharpening was just a sudden inspiration and could only be passed down once. In other words, after Chunzong received the 3 Tribulations Sharpening inheritance, there was only one choice for those who came here later, and that was the Heaven Tribulation Sword Art. Of course, Chunzong did not know this, and even if he knew, he would not care. A voice seemed to ring in the depths of Chunzong's heart, urging him to leave as soon as possible. After receiving the inheritance, he had to leave the Ice Emperor Palace. At this moment, Chunzong felt an extremely hot aura locking onto him. A pair of blazing eyes stared at him with shocking power, as if wanting to see through him. Chunzong turned around, and when their eyes met, there was an invisible sound, and invisible ripples surged out. You are the King Stage Genius of the Sky Pillar Upper Region, Eclipse King said with some doubt, but also some certainty. If one was not a King Stage Genius, one would not be able to enter the third level of the Ice Emperor Palace. King Stage Genius of the Tian Yuan Sacred Region. Shenzong seemed to be asking the other party. Interesting. A smile appeared on Eclipse King's face, and his eyes suddenly became dark and deep, and the edges of his pupils seemed to be dyed with a layer of red light. Then, a dark red sun seemed to rise behind Eclipse King, and his aura continued to grow, like a sun hanging in the sky, illuminating the world. Heat, heat, heat. Incomparable heat spread out in all directions, and a terrifying wave that could burn and erode everything spread out. It was as if the night had descended, and it wanted to devour all light. Buzz, like a divine sword, Chun Zong straightened his back, and an extremely sharp sharpness shot out from his body, piercing through the clouds. In the vast expanse, there was a sharpness that could pierce through everything and tear everything apart. The two completely different auras collided, and countless ripples burst out, surging endlessly. King Stage King. It was like a fierce battle. Shenzong was very interested in the King Stage Genius from the Tian Yuan Sacred Region. He wanted to know his opponent's strength, methods, and everything else. Eclipse King was also very interested in Shenzong. A genius from a remote region like the Sky Pillar Upper region had reached the King Stage, and he could even come here to receive the inheritance. He must have some extraordinary methods. However, the two could not make a move because a force descended on them, and their auras were suppressed instantly. Their bodies seemed to be imprisoned, and they could not move. In the next moment, their eyes were fading, and they turned into a stream of light that seemed to rush into the sky and disappeared. It was as if they had traveled through time and space. After an unknown amount of time, Chun Zong woke up, and he realized that he was standing in a world of ice and snow. The cold wind blew, and the chill hit him. The world was vast, and there was no one in sight. There were only ice stones and ice pillars. Where's the Ice Emperor Palace? Chun Zong quickly looked around, but he did not see the Ice Emperor Palace. However, he had already obtained an extraordinary opportunity in the Ice Emperor Palace, and it was time to leave. Chun Zong's gains in the Ice Emperor Palace this time were beyond his imagination. First, he comprehended the mystery of the Heart Sword in a life-and-death situation, grasped the Heart Domain, and became a trump card. Second, he obtained the Blood Drop Sword Seal, which sealed the high-grade Saint-level Blood Drop Sword technique. He could release it with his own strength, and it was very powerful. He could also comprehend the sword technique within. Third, he obtained the Three Tribulations Sharpening Secret technique. When his sword Dao broke through to the 5th level in the future, he could sharpen his sword intent. Chun Zong believed that no one, not even King Eclipse, could compare with the 3 gains he had made. The Ice Emperor's secret realm is not closed yet. I still have a chance to find more opportunities. Chun Zong thought to himself. His body moved, and he flew across the snow at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in an instant. His spiritual sense also spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. After comprehending the mystery of the Heart Sword, Chun Zong's spiritual sense did not become stronger, but it could be used more effectively. Originally, it could only cover a radius of 100 meters to maintain the balance between consumption and recovery. But now, with the increase in utilization, it could cover a radius of 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, everything was extremely clear. Even 10 meters under the snow was within the range of Chun Zong's spiritual sense. This was a place that could not be seen with his eyes. Some treasures were buried under the snow. In the depths of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, in the Ice Emperor Palace, which was covered by a 1,000-meter-long snowstorm, beams of light shot out in all directions randomly, disappearing in an instant. This was actually a method left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor. It was a protective method in disguise. After all, those who could obtain the inheritance of the Ice Emperor Palace were all extraordinary. In ancient times, they could be called true geniuses. If they continued to cultivate, their future achievements would be extraordinary. Since they had painstakingly obtained the inheritance, They had a bright future ahead of them. It would be a pity if they were killed by someone with evil intentions. The ancient Ice Emperor could not guarantee that no one would have evil intentions. He could only use some methods to send everyone out of the Ice Emperor Palace and into various parts of the Ice Emperor's secret realm. As for whether or not they would be found and attacked by someone with evil intentions, it was not within the Ice Emperor's consideration. After the last beam of light left the Ice Emperor Palace, rumbling sounds could be heard. The Ice Emperor Palace began to sink bit by bit, slowly disappearing into the ground. Then, the 1,000-meter-long snowstorm surrounding the Ice Emperor Palace was blown away, spreading in all directions. It was like a turbulent flow of ice. In just a few dozen breaths, the 1,000-meter-long snowstorm had completely dissipated. The Ice Emperor Palace, which contained great opportunities, also disappeared. This time, there were many people who obtained opportunities from the Ice Emperor Palace. However, there were also some people who could not enter to obtain opportunities. There were also a few who did not pass the test after entering and died in the test. After all, the Ice Emperor Palace contained great opportunities, but it also contained great dangers. It was almost impossible to obtain a fortuitous opportunity without being willing to face the dangers. With my current strength, there are very few people who could be my match in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Chunzong thought to himself. According to Chunzong's current guess, the Ice Soul Evil Spirit should be an evil life formed by the blood of the Void Evil Spirit mixed with the Soul Remnant. It was a life form that only existed in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. No wonder there was a familiar feeling. However, the previously powerful Ice Soul Evil Spirit was nothing to him now. Even a semi-holy Ice Soul Evil Spirit was no match for him. Of course, if it was a high-level half-sane Ice Soul Evil Spirit, it would definitely be a strong opponent. Chapter 1255. A sword mark spanned across the ice mountain. It was a ghastly sight and constantly emitted an astonishingly sharp aura. Chunzong stood in front of the sword mark and stared at it, carefully comprehending it. This sword mark was left behind by a powerful swordsman during the ancient war. It was protected by the power of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, so its power did not dissipate and could be comprehended by future generations. If it was in the outside world, the mysteries contained in such a mark would gradually dissipate with the passage of time. Time was indeed a terrifying force that could corrode everything. Even a great Saint Stage powerhouse would not be able to withstand the erosion of time. After comprehending for a while, the sword mark gradually disappeared and disappeared between heaven and earth. Chunzong came to his senses. His eyes shone brightly and then gradually dimmed. His strength did not increase, but Chunzong's realm of swordsmanship had improved once again. Every time it was comprehended, the marks left behind by the ancient war would disappear. In other words, every time the Ice Emperor's secret realm opened, some of the resources inside would be used up and could not be recovered. Of course, after some spiritual medicine and sacred medicine were picked, they would gradually grow back with the passage of time. In fact, Chunzong had already gained a lot in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Of course, no one would mind gaining more. To Chunzong, it would be great if he could find a few more Ice Soul mysterious fruits. Then, he would be able to increase the level of his cultivation method even faster. Unfortunately, sacred medicine, like the Ice Soul mysterious fruit, was rare even in the ancient times. It was even rarer now. He was lucky enough to get 3 of them before. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. A shocking aura fluctuation came from afar. There was the sound of metal clashing. The aura was sharp and domineering. Seeing your sister, you. Chunzong felt that the aura was somewhat familiar. A figure immediately appeared in his mind. He suddenly sped up and flew forward. On one side of the battle was Yanxin. On the other side was the chief disciple of the Huangfu clan, Huangfu Feihuang. The battle between the two had reached an intense stage, and both of them had activated the power of their bloodlines. Before entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Yanxin's strength was not as strong as Huangfu Feihuang's. But now, Yanxin's strength had increased significantly compared to before. He had become even stronger. When he activated the power of his bloodline, he could be ranked as a marquis. However, Huangfu Feihuang was already very strong to begin with. After entering the Ice Empress secret realm, her strength had increased even further. After awakening her bloodline, her strength had become even stronger. It could be seen that although Yu Nianxin had become stronger after activating his bloodline power, he was no match for Huangfu Feihuang and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Boom! It was as if Huangfu Feihuang's spear had shattered the vast sky. The spear light that was burning with golden flames was incomparably terrifying. It was as swift as a golden flame meteor streaking across the vast sky. It was also as forceful as a meteorite falling from the sky. Its might was extremely terrifying. Astonishing auras surged and surged, converging from all directions. They surged and followed, burning and shattering everything. Yu Nianxin's expression suddenly changed greatly. He slashed out with his sword, and a green sword light shot out as if it was tearing apart the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the green sword light shattered inch by inch under the attack of the golden flame spear light. An extremely terrifying power blasted towards Yu Nianxin, and Yu Nianxin's body was about to be shattered in an instant. Yu Nianxin exploded with all his strength, and once again slashed out with his sword. In terms of bloodline, both of them were at the high level. However, Yu Nianxin's bloodline had not been awakened for long enough. His development and application of the power of his bloodline was not deep enough, and his own foundation was not enough. On the other hand, Huangfu Feihuang was born as a prodigy of a bloodline clan. Since birth, he had enjoyed extremely good cultivation resources. He had begun to awaken the power of his bloodline at a young age. Later on, his cultivation was also mainly based on his bloodline. His development and application of the power of his bloodline far surpassed Yu Nianxin's. Moreover, Huangfu Feihuang's powerful family background and foundation had laid an incomparably solid foundation early on. Boom! Although Yu Nianxin blocked the spear with his sword, he was still sent flying by the terrifying power. His face was pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. A dark red mist of blood floated in the air. After injuring Yu Nianxin with his spear, Huangfu Feihuang did not attack Yu Nianxin again. His figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of golden flames, quickly rushing in another direction. Chunzong, who was rapidly approaching, saw a spirit herb growing on an ice stone. His eyes flashed. The spirit herb was straight up, and it was shaped like a coiling dragon. The dragon's head was looking up at the sky, as if it was about to soar into the sky. It was vivid and lifelike, and its charm was profound. In an instant, Chunzong's thoughts turned rapidly, and he deduced what had happened. Yu Nianxin and Huangfu Feihuang both had their eyes on the spirit herb that looked like a coiling dragon soaring into the sky, and they were fighting over it. If that was the case, Chunzong used his fingers like a sword and drew a line in the air. An incomparably deep white sword light instantly tore through the sky, bursting out with an incomparably terrifying speed to kill Huangfu Feihuang. Before the sword light arrived, the astonishing sword pressure first penetrated through the air and fell on Huangfu Feihuang's body. Huangfu Feihuang's hair stood on end, and he was greatly shocked. His expression changed drastically, and he gave up on picking the spirit herb. His figure spun, and he brought his spear up. Golden flames erupted like a volcano, and he suddenly stabbed out with his spear. The spear rose and fell, and the spear light turned into a golden phoenix that spread its wings and soared high in the sky. It let out an extremely resounding cry that seemed to come from the ancient times, melodious and vast. In an instant, the sword light shattered, and the golden phoenix rushed toward Chunzong. Its aura was astonishing, and a pair of eyes burning with golden flames stared at Chunzong. It was like a real phoenix, and it brought pressure to Chunzong. Just now, Chunzong did not block Huangfu Feihuang's attack because he pursued the extreme speed of the sword. Therefore, it was not powerful enough, and that was why it was broken. With a flick of his left thumb, a tyrannical power that seemed to be able to shatter mountains erupted. The heavy dragon sword shot out from the scabbard like an aurora, and it was as fast as lightning. Boom! The heavy dragon sword that shot out from the scabbard was like a pitch-black lightning bolt that tore through the air, directly attacking the golden phoenix. With an astonishing momentum, the golden phoenix paused for a moment, and then collapsed, turning into golden ripples that spread out in all directions. The heavy dragon's sword shot back toward Chunzong. With a grab and clench of his right hand, Chunzong exploded with an astonishing speed, turning into a flash of light that charged toward Huangfu Feihuang. Infinite golden phoenix break. With a delicate shout, the golden spear pierced out as if it was shattering the vacuum, and an extremely sharp cry resounded through the sky. The huge golden phoenix seemed to have drilled out of the void. With a flap of its wings, a blazing storm was stirred up, and it immediately melted the surrounding ice and snow, causing white steam to rise in spirals. The gigantic golden phoenix smashed through the air, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying heat. In front of it, Chunzong appeared incomparably tiny. However, Chunzong was not afraid at all. His expression did not change in the slightest as he rushed toward the huge golden phoenix. The golden phoenix's power was very strong, enough to reach the Marquis level. It was not the slightest bit weaker than Marquis Sword Mountain. However, for Chunzong, it was not enough. The heavy dragon's sword slashed out, and a pitch-black sword light split the sky, and at the same time, split the tyrannical golden phoenix. Huangfu Feihuang was shocked. This move was one of her full strength, but it was easily broken by the opponent. She could not believe it. Huangfu Feihuang recognized Chunzong. Previously, they had fought for a bit in the snow domain, and they were evenly matched. How could his strength have become so powerful now? She could not believe it. The power of the golden phoenix. Limitless golden phoenix break. Huangfu Feihuang did not believe it, and once again erupted with power. This time, it was an explosion that surpassed the limit. It was an explosion that exceeded the original 120%. With a thrust of the spear, the golden phoenix seemed to have grown bigger, and its whole body was burning with golden flames. The power of this attack was even stronger, but it was still within the scope of a Marquis-level genius. It was not at the level of a monarch. For Chunzong, it was not a threat unless it was at the level of a king. Without using any sword arts, the heavy dragon sword slashed up, and the huge golden phoenix was once again split apart. The sword light was like lightning, and instantly approached Huangfu Feihuang. The long spear blocked the sword attack. With a clang, Huangfu Feihuang's expression suddenly changed. She only felt an indescribable force crazily rushing toward her. It was so terrifying that it could destroy everything. The spear was bent, and her arms trembled, as if her bones were about to break. Her whole body flew back hundreds of meters under the terrifying power of this sword attack, and her blood and chi flowed backward. One sword attack. With just one sword attack, Huangfu Feihuang was injured. This sword attack also made Huangfu Feihuang understand that she was not the opponent's opponent. The difference in strength was too obvious. This item is useful to me. Give it to me, and my Huangfu clan will owe you a favor. Huangfu Feihuang did not leave. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth from hundreds of meters away and stared at Chunzong. Her voice was somewhat cold. This item was indeed useful to the Huangfu clan. Not only was it useful to the Huangfu clan, but it was also useful to the Dongli clan and the Yuchi clan because they were bloodline cultivators. This item is also useful to senior sister Yu. Chunzong responded and looked at Yun Yinshin with a smile. Yun Yinshin also smiled sweetly, and there was gratitude in the depths of her eyes. This time, if Chunzong had not rushed here, this spiritual medicine would have been taken away by Huangfu Feihuang, and she would have no fate with it. This time, the two of them discovered the spiritual medicine at the same time. Although they did not recognize what kind of spiritual medicine it was, the feeling of their bloodlines let them know that this item was useful to their bloodlines. Since it was useful, they had to get their hands on it. Competition was unavoidable, and thus a battle broke out. However, Yunyinxin's strength was still inferior in the end. She was not Huangfu Feihuang's opponent and was defeated in the end. That spiritual medicine almost fell into Huangfu Feihuang's hands. Fortunately, Chunzong appeared to intercept and defeat Huangfu Feihuang. Huangfu Feihuang saw that Chunzong wasn't giving her any face. She wasn't the kind of person who dilly-dallied, so she only gave Chunzong a deep look before turning around and quickly leaving. Chunzong did not chase after her. When Huangfu Feihuang forced Yunyinxin to retreat, he did chase after her. Senior Sister Yu, this item is called Rising Dragon Grass of Extreme Ice. It is not a spiritual medicine, but a sacred medicine, Chunzong said with a smile. A sacred medicine. Yunyinxin was instantly shocked. She covered her red lips with her white hand, and it was somewhat alluring. Consuming the Rising Dragon Grass of Extreme Ice can purify one's bloodline. If it is combined with other sacred medicines to refine the Rising Dragon Pill of Extreme Ice, there is a chance that at the same time the bloodline is purified, it will mutate and possess the power of frost, Chunzong said calmly. Yunyinxin was even more shocked. Chapter 1256. The Rising Dragon Grass was a rare panacea with high value, but it was useless to Chunzong because Chunzong was not a bloodline cultivator. The value of treasures in the world was relative. If it was useful, it would be valuable. If it was useless, it would be valuable. For bloodline cultivators, the Rising Dragon Grass was extremely valuable. They would pay a high price to get it. Chunzong asked Yunyinxin to pick the Rising Dragon Grass. Stop! Just as Yunyinxin approached the Rising Dragon Grass and was about to pick it, a sharp voice came through the air at an astonishing speed. It contained a sharp edge that could cut through everything. At the same time, an extremely condensed silver sword light pierced through the sky like a meteor chasing after the moon. The sword edge was extremely cold, as if it was made of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. Yunyinxin's expression changed. Senior Sister, feel free to pick it. Chunzong's voice sounded, making Yunyinxin feel at ease. She ignored the terrifying sword light that pierced through the air and continued to pick the Rising Dragon Grass. Spiritual panaceas and panacea could not be picked recklessly. It was like pulling up weeds. One had to use the appropriate strength and technique. Otherwise, the medicinal properties would be destroyed. To make Yunyinxin feel at ease, to pick the Rising Dragon Grass, she unsheathed the heavy dragon sword. The pitch-black sword light pierced through the air like lightning and directly shattered the silver sword light. It turned into silver starlight and dissipated in the ice and snow. Then, a silver stream of light approached at an astonishing speed, like a shooting star passing through a gap. The extremely cold eyes stared at Chunzong with a hint of anger, as if a high and mighty king was enraged. When a king was angry, blood would flow for thousands of miles. The slender sword emitted an astonishing radiance as it instantly tore through the air. It was as if a gorgeous meteor shower had covered the world of ice and snow as it blasted towards Chunzong. Every meteor-like sword beam carried an extremely terrifying power as it pierced through everything. This aura made Yunyinxin's hair stand on end. She had a terrifying feeling that she was going to be pierced full of holes. Very powerful, much more powerful than Huangfu Feihuang. Could Chunzong fight him? Yunyinxin couldn't help but worry. Chunzong brandished his sword. That sword was simple and unadorned. That sword strike was completely natural. That sword strike was full of mysteries. All of the silver meteor-like sword projections dissipated like snow in the face of the scorching sun. The strength of a monarch, Chunzong muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. His sword pierced through the air like a hot knife through butter. There were 8 geniuses from Tianyuan's sacred region who had entered the Ice Empress secret realm. One was a king, 2 dukes, and 5 marquises. This person was one of the 2 lords, the Lord of Flowing Light. As a genius of the Tianyuan sacred region, Lord of Flowing Light's vision and knowledge were extraordinary. Of course, he did not recognize the origin of the rising dragon grass. He only instinctively felt that it was extraordinary. It was a saint medicine that surpassed spiritual medicine. Saint medicines corresponded to saint realm cultivators. No matter what kind of saint medicine it was, it had its own value and was not cheap. If he could bring it back, he could give it to the sect or sell it himself. Either way, he could make a great profit. Of course, he couldn't let it go. But now, Lord of Flowing Light was not in the mood to pay attention to the saint medicine. All of his attention was focused on Chunzong. Very powerful. This person should be a cultivator from the Sky Pillar Upper region. His strength was not inferior to Lord of Flowing Lights at all. Flowing Light sword thrust. With a shout, Lord of Flowing Light burst out with his true strength. His sword condensed thousands of sword lights. The extremely condensed sword lights tore through the sky. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and its power was astonishing. It pierced through everything, more than twice as powerful as before. Saint Grade, low-grade, flowing light sword art. Chunzong didn't use any Saint Grade sword art. Instead, he used ultra-spiritual energy to activate the heavy dragon sword, relying on his sword Dao realm and sword skills. This was because Chunzong was curious about the strength of Tianyuan's sacred region's monarch-grade geniuses. So far, he had only fought with Marquis Sword Mountain. He was very curious about monarch-grade and even king-grade geniuses. The flowing light sword thrust condensed thousands of sword lights into one sword. Light was originally extremely fast, but it also had astonishing penetrating power. Under the condensation, the sword's sharpness was pushed to the extreme. Body and sword as one. The sword pierced through the sky. That sword's sword light was extremely resplendent. It was incomparably dazzling, illuminating the ice and snow in all directions. In all fairness, this sword was very powerful and exquisite. It represented that Lord of Flowing Light had cultivated the Flowing Light Sword Art's Flowing Light Sword thrust to a very proficient level. Although he hadn't completely grasped it, he could already display its full power. This was something that Marquis grade geniuses couldn't compare to. Heavy Dragon's Sword Slash. The pitch-black sword light shattered the vacuum, fully displaying the Heavy Dragon Sword's weight advantage. It was incomparably fierce and tyrannical. Boom! The momentum was as heavy as a mountain, as if the sky was collapsing. The sword slashed down with unparalleled power. The astonishing sword pressure suppressed all directions, causing the ice and snow to collapse in an instant. As the sword slashed down, the two swords collided. The collision of pitch black and silver white burst out with astonishing power. The world seemed to have sunk into a tangle of black and white. The earth-shattering sword cry resounded in all directions, shattering everything. It made Yunyinxin feel as if his eardrums were being torn apart, causing him endless pain. However, Yunyinxin was no longer the same as before. He forcibly withstood the impact of this shocking momentum and focused on picking the rising dragon grass. The pitch-black sword light shattered, and the silver-white sword light also shattered at the same time. Lord of Flowing Light was extremely shocked. He could tell that Chunzong had not used a saint-level sword art. Without using a saint-level sword art, Chunzong was actually able to match his saint-level sword art head-on. Just how strong was this person? Perhaps it's not that he hasn't cultivated a saint-grade sword art. A thought emerged from the depths of Lord of Flowing Light's heart. Although the possibility was very low, it didn't mean it didn't exist. If his opponent really hadn't cultivated a saint-grade sword art, then this battle, Flowing Light body fusion art. In the blink of an eye, Lord of Flowing Light performed a secret technique. It was a 7th grade secret technique, and one that had been cultivated to a small success. Silver-white light circulated around his body, and strands of light filled the air. It was very dazzling. The moment the secret technique was performed, Lord of Flowing Light's speed suddenly increased. There are many kinds of secret techniques. Some directly increase strength or attack power, some increase speed, and some increase self-healing ability. There are all kinds of strange techniques. Lord of Flowing Light's flowing light body fusion art was a secret technique that increased speed. It increased one's movement speed and also increased one's attack speed. His speed increased explosively. In the blink of an eye, Lord of Flowing Light approached Chunzong and disappeared in front of Chunzong's eyes, leaving only a silver-white luster without a trace. Attack! Extremely condensed beams of silvery white sword light suddenly stabbed towards Chunzong from all directions. It was as though over a dozen Lords of Flowing Light were attacking Chunzong at the same time. Every sword strike contained incomparably terrifying power. It was not that there were a dozen Lords of Flowing Light, but that their speed was too fast. They seemed to appear around Chunzong at the same time, attacking together. Lord of Flowing Light's explosive speed was indeed very astonishing, coping with all changes by remaining unchanged. With a heavy dragon sword in hand, the 5-foot sword circle was unbreakable. The dozen sword strikes were all blocked by Chunzong. The tyrannical power vibrated on the heavy dragon sword and bounced back. Boom! One sword strike burst forth with astonishing power, shattering everything and forcing Lord of Flowing Light to retreat. However, Lord of Flowing Light rapidly retreated and then approached Chunzong at an astonishing speed. His speed was astonishing, and his angle of attack was tricky. It was as if he could penetrate every opening to get close to Chunzong. His slender and sharp sword silently pierced through the void and came for the kill. The moment the slender sword pierced through the air, Lord of Flowing Light's left hand drew a line from his sleeve like a sword. It was as inconceivable as a spirit snake coming out of its hole, catching people off guard and stabbing at another part of Chunzong's body. It was as if he was doing two things at once, displaying extraordinary fighting ability. With this move, Lord of Flowing Light defeated many strong enemies. However, Chunzong was not comparable to those strong enemies he had encountered in the past. With his super strong perception, all of Lord of Flowing Light's movements were under Chunzong's control. Even though Lord of Flowing Light used the flowing light body merging technique to increase his speed, he still could not avoid Chunzong's perception. After comprehending the mystery of the Heart Sword and mastering the Heart Domain in the battle with the high-level Half-Saint Void Demon in the illusory Battle of Demons, Chunzong's perception had been greatly improved. Even if he did not use the Heart Domain, his perception was sharper and more accurate. He did not need to use the Heart Domain to deal with an opponent like Lord of Flowing Light. This was enough. The heavy dragon sword crossed the sky and blocked Lord of Flowing Light's sword fingers and slender sword with incomparable precision. It was as if it had already known the trajectory of Lord of Flowing Light's attack, or as if Lord of Flowing Light's attack had landed on the heavy dragon sword by itself. This was the gap between their realms. Whether it was cultivation or swordsmanship, Chunzong was superior to Lord of Flowing Light. In other aspects, he was also superior to Lord of Flowing Light. As a result, there was a gap between their realms. Lord of Flowing Light discovered that no matter how he attacked with his sword, or how he increased his speed, which he was so proud of, to the extreme, he could not break through Chunzong's defense. The black sword light encircled Chunzong like an iron wall. No matter how Lord of Flowing Light attacked, he could not do anything to Chunzong. At this time, Yunyanxin had successfully picked the rising dragon grass. She carefully placed it in a box made of ice jade and sealed it. In this way, she could preserve the rising dragon grass's medicinal properties to the greatest extent for a longer period of time. Of course, although the sacred medicine was of a high level, it could not withstand the erosion of time. If it was stored for too long after being picked, its medicinal properties would slowly fade away and eventually decay. After putting away the ice jade box, Yunyanxin looked back and saw a beam of sword light encircling her in all directions. It was so fast that she could not catch it with her eyes. It was Lord of Flowing Light. Under Yunyanxin's gaze, he had turned into a beam of sword light encircling her in all directions. Yunyanxin knew that she could not block any of Lord of Flowing Light's attacks. However, a figure stood erect on the icy ground. With the pitch-black heavy dragon sword in hand, He easily blocked all of Lord of Flowing Light's attacks and remained unscathed. If this is your full strength, then this battle ends here, Chunzong said. The moment his casual voice sounded, the heavy dragon sword also burst forth with an astonishing power. It was vigorous, domineering, and majestic. When the sword struck out, it was as if a mountain was pressing down, as if the sky was collapsing. The terrifying sword pressure suppressed the earth, causing Lord of Flowing Light's figure to freeze as if he was bound. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. Boom! Chapter 12:57. Lord of Flowing Light's face was pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Chunzong with shock, horror, and disbelief. Don't be so smug. I'm not the strongest, Lord of Flowing Light said seriously. He was indignant. How could a cultivator of the same age from a remote region be stronger than him? Is there a king level above the monarch level? Chunzong smiled. He was not angered by Lord of Flowing Light's bad attitude, because it was not worth it. He was just someone who had been defeated by a sword. You actually know. Lord of Flowing Light expressed his surprise. He then sneered. That's right. With your strength, you can't withstand 10 moves from Eclipse King. Originally, Lord of Flowing Light wanted to say 3 moves, but on second thought, he was not sure about 3 moves. He changed it to 10 moves. He was furious. I look forward to fighting King Eclipse, said Chunzong with a smile. Then I'll grant you your wish. Lord of Flowing Light smiled coldly. Suddenly, an arrow the length of a finger appeared in his hand. It glowed with flowing light. Lord of Flowing Light exerted a little force and threw it. The arrow shot out with astonishing light. A cloud-piercing arrow. The arrow exploded high in the sky, emitting a shocking light. It rippled with a vast aura. The aura was as deep as the abyss and as boundless as the sky. Eclipse King will soon rush over when he sees this signal. Lord of Flowing Light stared coldly at Chunzong. He enunciated each word clearly. When the time comes, you will realize what failure is. All right. Chunzong nodded and ignored Lord of Flowing Light's following words. Eclipse King, recalling the black-red outline of a blazing sun and the domineering aura that resembled the descent of darkness. The word eclipse was quite a part. Chunzong was looking forward to Eclipse King's arrival. How strong was the king-level genius of Tianyuan Sacred Region? How strong was he? Yunyanxin walked not far from Chunzong and waited quietly. Moments later, a violent boom swept over at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound. It was filled with a domineering aura. However, this domineering aura was different from the aura Chunzong had sensed from King Eclipse. It wasn't that strong either. Piercing Dragon, why is it you? Flowing Light Lord frowned and said with dissatisfaction. So what if it is me? The newcomer's voice was deep and resounding, with a hint of dominance. If I didn't see your signal, why would I come here? Speak, what's the matter? The person continued to speak, and his figure also appeared under the light. He was clad in armor, and his figure was tall and mighty, just like a general. He held a dark, golden, coiling dragon battle halberd in his hand, which looked even more domineering and extraordinary. Dragonslayer Monarch, one of the 2 monarchs. Shortly after, the dragon-slaying lord's gaze swept across the room. First, it swept across Yunyanxin's face, then it fell on Chunzong's face, and finally on Lord Streamer's. Flowing Light, don't tell me this is the person who forced you to release the signal flare. The dragon-slaying monarch pointed at Chunzong and laughed. He could tell that this person wasn't from the Tianyuan Sacred Region, but the so-called Sky Pillar Upper Region. Lord Streamer was a monarch-level genius from the Tianyuan Sacred Region, but he was forced to release this signal flare. It was hilarious. Lord Streamer's face darkened in the face of the dragon-slaying monarch's mockery. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Piercing Dragon, don't be too proud. If you were facing him, you wouldn't be any better than me. Lord Streamer thought for a moment and said disdainfully, Is that so? Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. The dragon-slaying monarch's personality was different from Lord Streamer's. The 2 of them had some conflicts, so he immediately raised his eyebrows in anger after being provoked by Lord Streamer's words. He quickly turned around and stared at Shinzong with blazing light in his eyes. A shockingly domineering aura surged out. Genius from the Sky Pillar Upper region. Come, let me see what you're capable of. The dragon-slaying monarch waved his left hand at Shinzong provocatively. You're no match for me. Shinzong wasn't interested in fighting. The difference in strength between monarch-level geniuses and monarch-level geniuses was obvious. Although there were differences in strength between monarch-level geniuses of the same level, it was impossible to bridge the gap. Otherwise, his opponent wouldn't be a monarch, but a monarch. Shinzong wasn't interested in monarch-level geniuses after witnessing Lord Streamer's methods and strength. It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is arrogance and ignorance. The dragon-slaying monarch laughed instead of getting angry. He felt like he was a giant dragon, and his opponent was only a snake, perhaps a larger snake. However, the difference between a snake and a dragon was like heaven and earth. A dragon wouldn't be angered by a snake's provocation. Although a dragon wouldn't be angered, a dragon's dignity couldn't be offended. The dragon-slaying monarch swung the dark golden halberd in his right hand, and the crescent-shaped halberd sliced through the air. A dark golden crescent moon shot towards Shinzong with terrifying domineering aura. Although the dragon-slaying monarch had only casually launched this attack, it still contained 50% of his strength. Even a marquee-level genius would have to use all his strength to receive it. The dragon-slaying monarch didn't believe that a cultivator who wasn't from the Tianyuan sacred region could receive his attack so easily. He had already forgotten why Lord Streamer had released the signal flare. The dark golden crescent moon shot through the air, and Yun Yinshin's expression changed. He had to activate the power of his bloodline and use all his strength to block this attack. Was this the strength of a genius from the Tianyuan sacred region? Terrifying. It was suffocating. However, Chunzong remained calm and composed, as if he didn't feel anything at all. Just as the dark golden crescent moon was about to reach him, a pitch-black sword light swept out like a painting, streaking across the sky as if night had descended. In the next moment, the dark golden crescent moon shattered, and a pitch-black sword light shot out like a crescent moon, rapidly approaching the dragon-slaying monarch. The dragon-slaying monarch's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly swung his halberd with both hands. His aura was like a dragon, and his roar was like a raging sea. Boom! The void seemed to shatter under this attack. The dragon-slaying monarch's full-strength attack was extremely terrifying, even more powerful than Lord Streamer's sword. It was as if he could shatter a mountain with a single strike. Lord Streamer, as his name suggested, was skilled in speed, while the dragon-slaying monarch, as his name suggested, was skilled in strength. Both of them had their own strengths and weaknesses. However, if they were to fight, it would be difficult to determine the victor. After all, this wasn't their first time fighting, and they were always unable to determine the victor. Strength was a type of strength, and speed was also a type of strength. Strength depended on the individual's application and performance. The dragon-slaying monarch swung his halberd with terrifying power, but the moment it came into contact with the sword light, his expression changed drastically. Strong, ferocious. The power contained in the sword light was as powerful and domineering as a mountain. It came crashing down in an extremely domineering and unstoppable manner. The dragon-slaying monarch was pushed back by the terrifying force, and every step he took left a deep footprint on the icy ground. Impossible. The dragon-slaying monarch couldn't believe it. Lord Streamer was also shocked. Although he was defeated by Chunzong, he knew that Chunzong was very strong. However, he didn't expect Chunzong to be even stronger than the dragon-slaying monarch. Lord Streamer was well aware of the dragon-slaying monarch's strength after having fought him many times. It was precisely because of this that he knew how terrifying the dragon-slaying monarch's strength was. He thought that no cultivator in the Sky Pillar Upper Province could compare to the dragon-slaying monarch in strength. However, he didn't expect the dragon-slaying monarch to be at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Unbelievable. Dragon-slaying world. The dragon-slaying monarch was enraged. As his strength surged, blood-red aura filled his entire body. His originally tall and mighty body seemed to swell up as his muscles bulged. It was a shocking sight. His eyes emitted terrifying blood-red light, as if a demonic god had descended. Boom! The blood-red aura coiled around the halberd like a dragon and shot out with the halberd like a roaring blood dragon. This attack contained the full force of a low-grade saint martial art. Lord Streamer's expression changed as he realized that it was much stronger than before. Yin Shin couldn't breathe. Even though she wasn't directly targeted, the aftershocks made her feel suffocated. It was too terrifying. However, Chun Zong still looked calm, as if the power of this attack didn't exist at all. Slash! The heavy dragon's sword slashed out in an instant. He still didn't use any saint-level martial arts. He only used his ultra-spiritual energy to drive it and integrated his profound sword techniques and force exertion techniques. As the sword slashed down, the blood dragon seemed to let out a sorrowful cry in an instant as it was directly shattered by the sword. The terrifying pitch-black sword light directly slashed down on the dark golden battle halberd, shattering all the power that covered it. The astonishing impact of the power caused the battle halberd to shake incessantly. With a puff, the dragon-slaying monarch couldn't stop himself from retreating. His chest felt stuffy as if he had been hit hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, the stuffy feeling weakened, but the sharp pain quickly spread from his chest. The dragon-slaying monarch's face was pale as his eyes glowed with disbelief. He stared at Chun Zong as if he was looking at an ancient beast. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. It felt like a dream. How could a cultivator who wasn't from the Tianyuan sacred region, a cultivator of the same generation as him, be stronger than him? Even if he was stronger than him, how could he be stronger than him in terms of strength? Even the Eclipse King was weaker than him in terms of strength. However, it was a fact that he had been forced to retreat. It was a fact that he had been struck by an extremely powerful and terrifying force. There was no trickery involved. He knew that very well. The truth was the truth. Even if he didn't admit it, it still existed. Seeing the dragon-slaying monarch vomiting blood, flowing light, Lord felt refreshed. He wasn't the only one who had vomited blood. Even his old opponent had suffered the same fate. However, the strength of this cultivator from the Sky Pillar Upper region was truly terrifying. From the looks of it, only the Eclipse King could suppress him. He hoped that the Eclipse King would come after seeing his signal flare. Otherwise, the Tianyuan sacred region's prodigy would be utterly humiliated. After defeating the dragon-slaying monarch with a single slash, Chun Zong didn't attack again. After all, the two of them weren't really enemies. Of course, if they had any killing intent, they wouldn't be standing there unscathed. Chun Zong would definitely use his true strength to kill them on the spot. Sheathing the heavy dragon sword, Chun Zong continued to wait for the arrival of his strongest opponent. Chapter 1258. That aura was as dazzling as the sun. That aura was as deep as the night. This was a unique aura. In this place, it belonged to only one person. Eclipse King, you are finally here. Both Flowing Light Lord and Dragon Piercing Lord were overjoyed. They were actually excited and happy about Eclipse King's appearance because of a cultivator who was not from Tianyuan sacred region. This would never happen in the past. But now, only Eclipse King could help them wash away their humiliation. If their situation were to spread to the sect, it would cause an uproar. A smile appeared on Chun Zong's face when he sensed the aura approaching. On the third level of Ice Imperial Palace, the two had confronted each other. However, because of the Ice Imperial Palace's power, they could not fight and were sent away to different places. But in Chun Zong's heart, he also yearned to fight Eclipse King. Chun Zong was very curious about how strong the king-ranked geniuses of Tianyuan sacred region were. Eclipse King, who was rushing over, also saw Chun Zong. Suddenly, his eyes shot out a bright light. It was as hot as the sun, burning everything. There was no need for words. The moment their eyes met, both knew what the other meant. Fight! The rapidly approaching Eclipse King stretched out a black-red beam of light. His body leaped high into the air as he extended his right hand. There seemed to be a black-red aura swirling in his palm. It transformed into a black-red sun seal that emanated a terrifying aura. The seal smashed down with the power to shatter the heavens and earth. The shocking heat burned everything. The terrifying aura destroyed everything. This seal's power and profundity were shocking. It was even stronger than flowing light lords and dragon-piercing lords. However, Yunyanxin did not feel suppressed. It was different from before. But when she looked at the black and red sun seal, her hair stood on end. A thought was telling her that the sun seal's power was terrifying. It was restrained. If she touched it slightly, she would be turned into ashes. Horrifying. A sense of horror emerged from the deepest part of her heart. Even if she activated her bloodline power and pushed her strength to the limit, she would not be a match for Eclipse King. She would not be able to withstand the attack of this sun seal. Would Junior Brother be able to deal with such strength? Yunyanxin, who was full of worry, couldn't help but look at Qinzong. He saw that Qinzong wasn't afraid at all. On his calm face, there was a hint of expectation in his deep eyes. Qinzong could see and feel more from the sun seal. It was a highly condensed sun seal. It looked small, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Moreover, it was incomparably hot. Once it exploded, that kind of power could destroy and incinerate everything. Just from this strike, one could see the difference between King Eclipse and the Flowing Light Legion and Dragon Slayer Monarch. The genius rank represented not only the level of strength, but also the level of innate talent. The higher the innate talent, the more exquisite the control and application of one's strength would be. This would then lead to a greater gap in strength. This was a difference in their nature. Therefore, the ranking of geniuses was very strict and precise. There had never been a case of a monarch-level genius defeating a king-level genius. This was because anyone who could defeat a king-level genius at the same level could also be evaluated as a king-level genius. Chop! The pitch-black sword light tore through the sky and seemed to shatter the sky. It was an incomparably terrifying sword light. The pitch-black sword light collided with the eclipse seal, bursting out with an incomparably terrifying power. It surged out in all directions, shaking the ground. As the pitch-black light spread out, it was as if night had fallen. King Eclipse was slightly surprised. His opponent had taken his attack so easily. Not bad at all. It was worth it for him to use his true strength. It should be known that after entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Eclipse King had also obtained many opportunities. His strength was much stronger than before. Great Eclipse Seal. If the previous strike was just a test, then this strike was his true strength. A millstone-sized eclipse seal appeared and struck down from the sky. In an instant, the air surged endlessly. It was as if a black and red sun was falling from the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The blazing sun sank and darkness descended. It was as if everything was covered. One couldn't see or hear anything. One could only feel a shocking heat that seemed to emerge from the depths of one's body. It also seemed to invade from the outside, burning one's body and turning one into ashes. Even the coldness of the Ice Emperor's secret realm couldn't resist it. Qinzong felt as if his blood and qi were about to be ignited. It was boiling. However, Qinzong possessed the purple cloud black star flame, a unique earth flame. His body had an astonishing resistance to high temperatures. Unless the temperature of the flame exceeded the level of the purple cloud black star flame, it would be neutralized. But now, King Eclipse's great eclipse seal was able to make Qinzong's blood and qi boil. It meant that the temperature contained within was extremely shocking. It wasn't inferior to the purple cloud black star flame at all. Perhaps King Eclipse also had a kind of heaven and earth unique flame. After all, he was a king stage genius. Moreover, the Tianyuan sacred realm was many times larger than the Sky Pillar upper region. It was only natural that it had more resources. However, Qinzong didn't know. After all, he had never been to the Tianyuan sacred realm. Everything was just a guess. But regardless of whether it was a guess or a fact, King Eclipse was a good opponent. Zong's first king stage opponent should be King Hao Yuan. However, that was only a strand of King Hao Yuan's consciousness. And now, he was facing a true king stage genius. He was a worthy opponent. Zong believed that he would be a good opponent. Great Eclipse Seal. This attack already had the power of a lower sacred realm martial art. Zong didn't hold back anymore. 10 blades, extreme beheading. Kill. Raising his sword, 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the sky. 5 of them went for the Great Eclipse Seal, while the other 5 went for King Eclipse. After Zong comprehended the mystery of the Heart Sword, his control over the 10 blades extreme beheading became more refined and smooth. Every sword light was very powerful. Of course, Zong also noticed that the 1,000 men extreme beheading was probably the weakest among the lower sacred realm martial arts. Why was it the weakest? Because it was scattered. The 10 blades extreme beheading produced 10 sword lights. Every sword light was very powerful. However, that was only when compared to a spirit realm martial art. Compared to other lower sacred realm martial arts, it was somewhat inferior. For example, the Great Eclipse Seal that King Eclipse used was several times stronger than any of the 10 blades extreme beheading sword lights. Of course, the 1,000 men extreme beheading wasn't completely useless. It had its advantages. For example, after being scattered, it could be used to kill a group of people. Once one mastered the 3rd stage of the 1,000 men extreme beheading, a single strike would produce 1,000 sword lights. It was a killing weapon against people weaker than oneself. Think about it. On the battlefield, a single strike would produce 1,000 powerful sword lights. It could instantly kill thousands or even thousands of people. How terrifying was that? That was the advantage of the 1,000 men extreme beheading. However, Zong also understood that if he could combine the 10 sword lights of the 10 blades beheading into one, even if it was not 10 times more powerful, it would still be several times more powerful. In that case, it would not be inferior to other saint-grade low-rank martial arts. Furthermore, there was another point. The 1,000 men extreme beheading was very compatible with the 1,000 shadows, 1,000 illusions. The 10 blades extreme beheading could be combined with the 10 shadows, 10 illusions to form the 10 shadows, 10 blades kill. It was even more shocking. The sword lights shattered, and the Great Eclipse Seal was also destroyed. King Eclipse's body shook in midair. After shattering the 5 sword lights, he turned into a black-red fireball and shot down from the sky. Rumble. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Even if a transcendent cultivator cultivated sacred realm martial arts and sacred realm martial arts, the number of sacred realm techniques they could use was actually relatively small. However, Zong and King Eclipse weren't ordinary geniuses. Besides sacred realm techniques, they also had other techniques. The battle between the two was intense. While using sacred realm martial arts, they would also use ordinary techniques. However, with their attainments, their ordinary attacks contained amazing mysteries and power. Fight! 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 It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Yunyinxin, Flowing Light Lord, and Dragon-Slaying Lord were horrified. They all retreated far away, not daring to get close for fear of being affected. Flowing Light Lord didn't expect this person's strength to be so terrifying. King Realm. Flowing Light Lord's lips trembled. How is this possible? How can a King Realm genius appear in a small territory? His lips trembled, his arms trembled, his heart trembled, and his entire body trembled. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. Originally, Flowing Light Lord was still thinking about Yunyinxin. To be precise, he was thinking about Yunyinxin's Saint Herb. But now he had to give up on this idea. He knew how terrifying a King Realm genius was. But soon after, the Flowing Light Lord's thoughts changed again, and a trace of light shot out from his eyes. So what if he's a King Realm genius? The other party wasn't a cultivator from Heavenly Sacred Realm. Once the Ice Emperor's secret realm closed, they would have to leave and return to the so-called Sky Pillar Upper Region. It was extremely difficult to enter Heavenly Sacred Realm from Sky Pillar Upper Region, even for Saint Realm Masters. What's more, Heavenly Sacred Realm was huge. Even if the other party entered Heavenly Sacred Realm, they might not be able to find him. Moreover, King Eclipse was here. With his speed, he could escape immediately after succeeding. The Ice Emperor's secret realm wasn't small. It was impossible for the other party to find him. All kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. A trace of greed appeared in his heart again. Without any hesitation, Flowing Light Lord took advantage of the fierce battle between Chunzong and King Eclipse to burst out with his fastest speed. He even used the Flowing Light body fusion technique. He streaked across the sky like a stream of light. He circled around from the side and drew a perfect arc as he approached Yunyanxin. It was too fast. This speed was completely beyond Yunyanxin's reaction time. Sword Light broke through the sky and shot towards Yunyanxin. A genius from the Sky Pillar Upper Province was nothing to the Flowing Light Lord. He didn't mind killing him. One had to admit that Flowing Light Lord's timing was very accurate. However, he didn't know that Chunzong, who was fiercely fighting King Eclipse, still had energy to spare. He was still paying attention to his surroundings. When Flowing Light Lord burst out with his speed, Chunzong had a bad feeling. Chapter 1259. Under the ice and snow, an extremely condensed sword light tore through the sky like an aurora and shot towards Yunyanxin. A shocking aura surged towards Yunyanxin as the killing intent surged like a tide, causing his body to stiffen and turn cold. Even his thoughts seemed to freeze under this extreme killing intent. The difference was too great. In the next moment, Yunyanxin would be pierced through by that sword and die. The storage ring on his hand would also be taken away. At the instant of imminent danger, Chunzong's expression was icy cold as he emanated killing intent that was filled with killing intent. His killing intent swept towards the surroundings like violent waves, like a volcano that shot into the sky, and it was extremely formidable and filled with shocking killing intent. This extremely horrifying killing intent instantly alarmed Eclipse King. How many people did one have to kill to accumulate such a horrifying killing intent? At the same time, the Eclipse King also knew about Flowing Light Lord's actions. He was stunned and then enraged. Instantly, the Eclipse King guessed Flowing Light Lord's ulterior motives and that he was using him. He was a king-ranked genius, a future king-ranked martial artist. How could he be used by others against his will? However, the Eclipse King also saw the anger and killing intent in Chunzong's eyes. In an instant, Chunzong's body flashed as his figure shot out like a sword light. 10 shadows, 10 blades kill. When he was fighting the Eclipse King earlier, Chunzong did not use this move because he was not at that level yet. Flowing Light Lord's speed was considered very fast among the monarch-ranked geniuses. He was even comparable to some king-ranked martial artists. However, Chunzong's speed was not slow among the king-ranked martial artists either. At this moment, his anger exploded, causing the ground to crumble. Chunzong's speed was increased to the maximum and was even faster than Flowing Light Lord. He attacked later, but arrived first. One sword, one shadow, and one blade sliced through the air. The heavy dragon sword released an extremely powerful aura as it instantly blocked Flowing Light Lord's sword. The extremely powerful force caused it to explode. A second figure turned into a pitch-black sword light as it charged towards Flowing Light Lord with a terrifying force that could shatter mountains. This was not a competition like before, but a battle of life and death. It was a battle where Chunzong showed his true strength. The difference in strength between a monarch and a king was evident. Lord Flowing Light only felt a terrifying force strike him, causing his body to tremble incessantly. His powerful strength seemed to have been defeated, and it was in a state of chaos. That wisp of pitch-black sword light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, and it caused Flowing Light's pupils to constrict rapidly to the size of needles. A strand of indescribable terror surged out from the depths of his heart and soul, and then extreme icy coldness suffused his spine and spread throughout his body. His body was stiff and numb, and he was unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the pitch-black sword light blasted towards him. Only now did Lord Flowing Light truly understand the gap between him and his opponent. A trace of regret flashed through his eyes. Why was he so greedy? However, there were no ifs. Once a choice was made, one had to bear the corresponding consequences. Stop! Eclipse King roared as he sent a great eclipse seal at Chunzong. If Chunzong did not turn around to defend, he would be injured. Although Lord Flowing Light had used him as a suspect to infuriate Eclipse King, Lord Flowing Light was ultimately a genius from the same place as him. If he were to be killed by a genius from another place, it would be a loss of face for him. After all, it was right under his nose. Of course, it would be a different story if he did not see or know. Lord Flowing Light's face flashed with joy and relief. With Eclipse King taking action, he would definitely be able to stop his opponent. Instantly, a third figure and a third sword light appeared as they charged towards the Great Eclipse Seal. In the instant he resisted, Chunzong's sword slashed across Lord Flowing Light's neck, beheading him. His head flew high into the air, and his face still had a mixture of joy and fear, as well as a trace of regret. Flowing Light. Dragon Slayer Monarch's eyes turned bloodshot. He had crossed swords with Lord Flowing Light many times. They were evenly matched, but to a certain extent, they could be considered friends. Lord Flowing Light was killed right in front of him. Rage erupted as killing intent surged from the depths of his chest. Kill! Dragon Slayer World. He unleashed his full strength as a blood-red aura roared like a dragon. The battle halberd carried an extremely terrifying force as it smashed towards Chunzong like it could shatter a mountain. This strike seemed like it wanted to pulverize Chunzong. The astounding pressure caused the air beneath the battle halberd to form a vacuum. Countless energy turbulence surged in all directions, causing the ground to shatter inch by inch. It was a strike with all his strength. A fourth figure and a fourth sword light appeared. Kill! One strike blocked Lord Flowing Light's sword. One strike blocked Eclipse King's Great Eclipse Seal. One strike killed Lord Flowing Light, and one strike repelled Dragon Slayer Monarch. In an instant, Chunzong had used 10 shadows, 10 blades to its limits. It was extremely exquisite. Boom! The moment the Great Eclipse Seal was blocked, it burst forth with astonishing power. After shattering the sword light, it continued towards Chunzong's body. 10 shadows, 10 blades was indeed powerful, but the Great Eclipse Seal was even more powerful. This was the flaw of 1000 Executioner sword art. The power of a single sword light was almost the weakest among the sacred martial arts. However, it didn't need to be very powerful. It only needed to be able to block it for an instant. A fifth figure and a fifth sword light shot towards Dragon Slayer Monarch, dodging the Great Eclipse Seal's attack. The attack landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A huge crater was blasted open on the icy ground. As the sword arrived, Dragon Slayer Monarch's face was filled with horror. His anger seemed to have been quenched by ice water. He instantly calmed down. A chill assaulted his body, causing his back to tremble. He unconsciously straightened his body as the chill spread throughout his body. For a moment, he felt as if his mind had frozen. He couldn't even move his body. It wasn't just the power of Chunzong's sword, but also the murderous intent that erupted from Chunzong's body. One had to know that Chunzong had killed countless demon race cultivators in Blue Wave World. He had even entered the Earth Demon Abyss and killed millions of demon race cultivators. He had also entered the devil-devouring Forbidden Land and killed many void demons. Among his peers, almost no one could compare to him in terms of slaughter. Even most Saint Realm Masters could not compare to Chunzong, killing as many people as he did. This was especially true for the demon race. Their life force was higher than that of ordinary humans, and the life force of void demons was higher than that of the demon race. Although there was no special method to unleash such murderous intent, the eruption of such murderous intent was like a torrent bursting through a dam. It was enough to cause those weaker than him to lose focus. This was the case with Flowing Light lore before, and now it was the same with Dragon Slayer Monarch. But this time, Eclipse King's reaction was faster. His figure flickered, and like a black and red sun, he descended from the sky with a terrifying power, shattering everything in his path. This attack was so powerful that Chunzong gave up on Dragon Slayer Monarch and charged forward. An astonishing momentum surged out as a terrifying power burst out in all directions. The icy ground collapsed inch by inch, and countless pieces of ice melted under the scorching heat. Chunzong kept retreating as the heavy dragon's sword shook violently. Eclipse King's explosive attack was truly terrifying. Dragon Slayer Monarch immediately reacted and retreated, distancing himself from Chunzong. He had calmed down by now. Although he hated Chunzong for Flowing Light Lord's death, he didn't dare to show it. This was because of the difference in strength and the terrifying murderous intent that Chunzong had released. It was unknown how many lives had been killed to form such a murderous intent. Eclipse King flew back and landed on the ground, facing Chunzong from several hundred meters away. Originally, it was just a fight, but now the atmosphere had changed. A faint murderous intent lingered in all directions. You shouldn't have killed him. Eclipse King's expression was austere. His eyes seemed to burn like a black and red sun. His tone was faint and suffused with an indescribable anger. He deserved to die. Chunzong's answer was very direct and decisive. Damn it, I had spared his life, but I never expected him to attack Senior Sister Yu while I was fighting Eclipse King. Damn it, what a pity. Eclipse King shook his head as a look of regret suffused the depths of his eyes. It was as though he was regretting Chunzong's talent, Chunzong's life, and Chunzong's bright future. Boom! Eclipse King's body immediately emitted a shocking flame. The flame was extremely red, but its edges seemed to be surrounded by a black shadow. Heaven and Earth Mystic Fire. Chunzong instantly determined the aura fluctuation to be a Heaven and Earth Mystic Fire. It's scarlet red inside, and its edges are dark like shadows. Its aura is scorching and cold. Heaven's Mystic Fire, Crimson Shadow Nether Fire. Heaven and Earth Mystic Fire was a general term, divided into two major levels: Earth Mystic Fire and Heaven Mystic Fire. Earth Mystic Fire was equivalent to the Transcendent Realm, while Heaven Mystic Fire was equivalent to the Saint Realm. The gap between the two was obvious. After all, there was a huge gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm. At this moment, when Eclipse King used the Heaven Mystic Fire, Crimson Shadow Nether Fire, a terrifying pressure filled the air. The temperature within a few hundred meters was astonishingly high, incinerating everything in its path to ash. Chunzong hurriedly retreated, because the terrifying heat made his body feel like it was boiling and burning, and the cold made his whole body feel stiff, which was very unfavorable for him. Eclipse King's face was solemn as his brow furrowed. Obviously, using the Crimson Shadow Nether Fire was a great burden for him. Indeed, as a Transcendent Realm cultivator, using a Saint Realm Heaven's Mystic Fire was extremely taxing. It was like a child trying to wield a large sword. Not only did it take a lot of effort, but it was also possible to injure himself. Originally, in his battle with Chunzong, Eclipse King did not intend to use the Crimson Shadow Nether Fire. It was too powerful and difficult to use. Even if he could kill his opponent, he would have to pay a heavy price and suffer some injuries. Therefore, the Crimson Shadow Nether Fire was only a trump card that he would not use until the critical moment. But now that Flowing Light Lord had been killed, no matter what the reason or purpose was, he had been killed right under his nose. No matter what, he had to avenge Flowing Light Lord. Chunzong was very strong, and Eclipse King knew that with his normal strength, he would not be able to kill him. Even if he used a secret technique, at most he would be able to defeat him. Defeating and killing were two different concepts. Therefore, the only way to kill Chunzong was to use the power of the Crimson Shadow Nether Fire. Chapter 1260. The heat was monstrous. The ice and snow within a radius of 10 meters were completely melted by the terrifying heat, revealing a piece of land that was gradually expanding. The terrifying heavenly flames' shocking heat caused the ice and snow within the Ice Emperor's secret realm to change. Chunzong's expression was extremely solemn. He had a feeling that Eclipse King's attack would be extremely terrifying. It was unknown if he could block it, but no matter what, he had to block it. Because once he was locked on, there was no way to avoid it. Boom! The Crimson Shadow Hellfire instantly expanded by 3 feet, as if it was about to materialize. Eclipse King's face turned paler, the veins on his forehead bulging. He slowly raised his arms, as if he was dragging an invisible mountain. Load. Super load. In order to kill Chunzong in one strike, Eclipse King not only used all his strength to release the Crimson Shadow Hellfire's aura to lock on Chunzong, preventing Chunzong from escaping, he also activated the Crimson Shadow Hellfire's power to the maximum. Boom! Inside Chunzong's body, the 9 spiritual wheels were operating to the maximum. Super spiritual energy burst out, fully activated. The body-refining dragon power shuttled between his bones and muscles, like a dragon soaring in the sky, letting out a series of dragon roars. The purple cloud-black star flame's power also spread out, trying its best to isolate the Crimson Shadow Hellfire's heat. But the difference between the heavenly flame and earthly flame was too great. It was completely suppressed. Celestial Crystal Battle Body. Chunzong once again used his entry-level 7th rank secret technique. White crystalline mist covered both of his arms and then spread out, covering the crimson flame-sharp sword. At the same time, Chunzong placed a part of his mind on the blood-dripping sword mark on the back of his right hand. If the situation turned bad, he would immediately activate the blood-dripping sword mark's power. He believed that the blood-dripping sword mark's power should be able to deal with it. However, every time the blood dripper sword mark was activated, it would consume its power. Once its power was exhausted, the blood dripper sword mark would disappear. Chunzong did not know how many times he could use it, so he would not use it if he could. Die! A dignified voice sounded like a judgment. The Crimson Shadow Hellfire instantly separated from Eclipse King, turning into a blazing sun that blasted towards Chunzong. The temperature was astonishingly high. Everywhere it passed, the ice and snow melted and evaporated, leaving behind a pitch-black trail. Chunzong had goosebumps all over his body. He felt as if he was about to evaporate. However, Chunzong did not intend to activate the blood-dripping sword seal, at least not now. Heart Domain. Chunzong shouted in a low voice that only he could hear. His mind power was instantly activated and consumed. An invisible force enveloped the area within a 3-meter radius. In an instant, Chunzong could clearly feel everything within a 3-meter radius. Specks of dust drifted in the air time and time again, emitting a shocking chill. Immediately, incomparably hot specks of dust surged in from the outside world. They were like a flood that had burst a dam as they wildly charged over. They surged into a 3-meter radius and immediately collided with the cold ice specks, forming a shocking energy surge. However, this kind of turbulence stopped at the level of dust. Unless one's perception had reached a certain level, it would be impossible to detect it. One would only feel a gust of wind blowing past, nothing more. However, under Chunzong's heart domain, this kind of turbulence was like a volcanic eruption or a tsunami. Its trajectory was all under Chunzong's control. It was as if the 3-meter heart domain was completely under his control. With a single thought from Chunzong, the collision of specks of dust that erupted like a tsunami was instantly suppressed and subsided. The terrifying aura brought about by the Crimson Shadow Hellfire was also resisted. The amazing pressure on Chunzong was greatly reduced. Chunzong found that he could already get rid of the Crimson Shadow Hellfire and escape. However, Chunzong did not intend to retreat immediately. Since things had come to this point, then he would try the power of the Crimson Shadow Hellfire. He wanted to see how strong the power of the Saint Realm was. Kill. 10-blade slash. 10 golden flame-like sword lights broke through the air and slashed toward the Crimson Shadow Hellfire that was bombarding him. Immediately, Chunzong swung his sword again. 10-blade combo. Under the heart domain, Chunzong's mastery of the 10-blade combo increased sharply. It was almost flawless. Like a fan that was opened and closed in an instant, the 10 sword lights slashed out in succession. It was extremely accurate and wonderful. However, it was not over yet. The third swing of the sword. Double blade combo. 5-blade combo. The 10 sword lights of the 10-blade combo gathered into 5 in an instant. The power of each sword light increased sharply and slashed out in succession. Each sword strike exhausted Chunzong's strength. Boom! The sword lights struck the Crimson Shadow Hellfire, but they were all shattered under the terrifying power of the Crimson Shadow Hellfire. The astonishing power blasted out. The instant all the sword lights were shattered, the speed of the Crimson Shadow Netherflame was also affected. Chunzong's silhouette flickered as he rapidly retreated. However, the Crimson Shadow Netherflame's attack was still flying towards him, as if it wouldn't rest until Chunzong was dead. Suddenly, a figure flew over from the side at an extremely fast speed and appeared beside Chunzong. A green sword light swept up a storm of sword chi as it blasted out with the roar of a violent wind. It was Yunyinxin. Yunyinxin had already stimulated the power of his bloodline and swung his sword with all his strength. The power of the Crimson Shadow Hellfire was too strong. Yunyinxin was worried about Chunzong's safety and knew that he could not withstand the power of the flame, but he still resolutely attacked. No matter what, Chunzong had to face this terrifying attack because of him. Even if he died, he would accompany him. Yunyinxin's action startled Chunzong, but Yunyinxin's strength could not withstand the Crimson Shadow Hellfire's attack. With a thought, Chunzong immediately grabbed Yunyinxin's arm and shook it, throwing Yunyinxin to the side. Then he slashed out with his sword. The sword lights were endless, one after another. They were so dense that it was like a fierce rainstorm. Each sword strike contained a terrifying power. Although they were all shattered under the bombardment of the Crimson Shadow Hellfire, they were still able to slow down and weaken the Crimson Shadow Hellfire to a certain extent. Although the Crimson Shadow Hellfire was a heavenly flame with Saint Realm strength, without a suitable method to stimulate and use it, it was difficult to display its true power to the extreme. Although Eclipse King was powerful, he was still only a transcendent. His cultivation and realm had not yet reached the Saint Realm, and he had not cultivated the corresponding method, so his use of the Crimson Shadow Hellfire was quite crude. Retreat. Chunzong quickly retreated, his speed reaching its limit. With a loud bang, the Crimson Shadow Hellfire hit the place where Chunzong was originally standing and instantly exploded. A terrifying force spread out in all directions, like a blooming flame lotus, instantly sweeping out a radius of several hundred meters. The astonishing heat wave spread out several thousand meters, melting all the ice and snow in the area. Seeing Chunzong dodge at the last moment, Eclipse King's expression became complicated. There was both regret and admiration. If it were him facing such a blow, he would not have been able to do any better. He might even have been injured or killed. Although this blow had the power of a Saint Realm Master, it was still too rigid. Once Chunzong was able to break free, he would have been able to escape. Let's go. Eclipse King was certain he could not do anything to Chunzong, so after giving Chunzong a deep look, he immediately turned into a black-red streak of light and flew away. Because even if he stayed, he would not be able to defeat Chunzong. Dragon-slaying Emperor was startled and also hurriedly flew away. Watching Dragon-slaying Emperor and Eclipse King leave, Chunzong did not pursue and instead turned his gaze to the ground. Several thousand meters around him was scorched black, and several hundred meters had collapsed into a deep pit. Being able to cause such damage in the Ice Emperor's secret realm was enough to show just how terrifying the power of that blow was. If he had really been hit by it, not even his bones would have remained. Chunzong could not help sighing. Fortunately, he had comprehended the Heart Sword and grasped the Heart Domain. Otherwise, he would have had to use the blood-dripping Sword Seal's power. This kind of consumptive power was best not to use it. Flowing Light Lord's body was badly damaged and almost disappeared, but his storage ring still existed, becoming Chunzong's spoils of war. Chunzong checked it and revealed a look of joy. The Flowing Light Lord's storage ring was very rich, and there were many valuable items. Senior sister, let's go, Chunzong said to Yunyinxin. Yunyinxin nodded, and the two of them used their movement technique and left. While using her movement technique, Yunyanxin sized up Qinzong from the corner of her eyes. This junior brother of hers who had entered White Cloud Mountain with her back then was not as strong as her. Back then, when they were being hunted on Void Demon Island, she was the one who saved him. However, she did not expect that after not seeing him for a few years, Qinzong's cultivation had skyrocketed, and his strength had become extremely powerful, far surpassing her. In the White Cloud Mountains Outer Sect Grand Tournament that was held once every 5 years, he defeated one powerful opponent after another and finally won first place, becoming White Cloud Mountains Outer Sect's chief disciple. She originally thought that after awakening a high-tier bloodline, her strength had increased greatly, and she had closed the gap between her and Qinzong. However, after entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, it seemed like the gap between them had widened even further. Look up. Now, Qinzong had become so strong that she had to look up to him. I'll work hard too. Yunyanxin secretly encouraged herself. She did not know why or what she was thinking, but she felt that she could not fall too far behind and eventually catch up to Qinzong's back. After that, the two of them worked together and continued to reap rewards. Their foundation were further strengthened with the passage of time, and Yunyanxin's strength was also slowly increasing. At Qinzong's level, it was very difficult to increase one's strength. Every bit of improvement required a lot of time, or it required an epiphany. However, epiphany was an unpredictable thing. No one knew when it would appear, and it required an opportunity. When the opportunity arrived, the epiphany would come. If the opportunity did not arrive, it would be useless no matter how hard one tried. During the process of getting along, Qinzong also learned what Yunyanxin's bloodline was. The Wind Phoenix bloodline was a high-tier bloodline with a purity of 30%. It allowed Yunyanxin's extraordinary power of wind to mutate into the baleful wind force. The power of wind was only an ordinary extraordinary power, while the baleful wind force was extraordinary power with 2 attributes. It was equivalent to the perfect fusion of 2 extraordinary powers. The baleful wind force not only had the speed and sharpness of the wind, but it also had the power to interfere with one's spiritual will. Chapter 1261. Entering a new volume, begging for some monthly votes. White clouds drifted leisurely, the sky was clear, and the world was quiet. The flying cloud Down Master sat at the front, and behind him were 10 disciples of White Cloud Mountain's outer sect. Gao Hongjing's gaze swept over Qinzong, Fu Yunxiao, and Yunyanxin from time to time, as if he was trying to figure something out. He had a feeling that the 3 of them had become more profound and mysterious after obtaining the so-called opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. He couldn't help but feel jealous. The difference between entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm and not began to show. After all, the opportunities in the Ice Emperor's secret realm were indeed great. Even if they didn't enter the Ice Emperor's palace, they still gained a lot. Just looking at the traces left behind by the ancient battle had brought them a lot of benefits, not to mention other aspects. Fu Yunxiao sent a message to Qinzong and Yunyanxin to ask about it. The 3 of them talked and finally found out that after they separated, each of them had their own opportunities. However, Fu Yunxiao didn't enter the Ice Emperor's palace in the end because his strength was a little lacking, and he couldn't pass through the 1,000 meters of ice and snow. But even so, Fu Yunxiao's harvest this time was not small. After returning this time, I plan to go into seclusion and break through to the half-step Saint Realm, Fu Yunxiao said. After the trip to the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Fu Yunxiao's accumulation in the Transcendent Realm had reached the true limit, and he could clearly feel it. Therefore, if he continued to accumulate, he wouldn't be able to make any progress at all. It would be a waste of time and energy. Instead of that, he might as well go into seclusion and break through to the half-step Saint Realm. Only then could he continue to improve. As for Qinzong and Yunyanxin, they didn't plan to break through to the half-step Saint Realm because Qinzong felt that he could continue to improve in the Transcendent Realm. For example, he could cultivate the Great Abyss Cloud Searing technique to a higher level and obtain a more powerful super spiritual energy. In addition, he could further cultivate and master Saint Grey martial arts and continue to comprehend the mystery of the heart sword, etc. Yunyin, on the other hand, had awakened the power of a high-order bloodline. His talent, strength, and potential had increased, and there was still room for improvement. 36 geniuses from the Sky Pillar Upper Province had entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm, but 30 of them had left. In other words, 6 of them had died in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. 6 out of the 36 had died, and the remaining 30 had all obtained good opportunities. This kind of opportunity could be considered very good. After all, if one wanted to gain something, one had to pay a price. The Ice Emperor's secret realm was not a place to play house. Only 6 people had died, which was a very small loss. One by one, they left and returned to their respective sects. Chunzong stared at the flying cloud Dao Master's back as he carefully sensed the flying cloud Dao Master's aura fluctuations. In the end, he determined that the flying cloud Dao Master was a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. The Transcendent Realm was divided into 9 minor realms, and the Saint Realm was also divided into 9 minor realms. The peak of the Saint Rudiment stage was a 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. In other words, the 5 Dao Masters of White Cloud Mountain were all 9th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. As for whether White Cloud Mountain had other 9th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, Chunzong had no idea. On the way back, Chunzong's thoughts drifted as he thought about the king-ranked martial artists. King-ranked martial artists were a title, an honor, and a representation of one's strength. Every king-ranked martial artist had strength that surpassed ordinary Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. After flying out of the snow region and passing through mountains, rivers, and forests, they finally saw White Cloud Mountain and the Sea of Clouds. Chunzong and company heaved a sigh of relief as they relaxed a little. After all, when they left, everyone was in a state of excitement. Furthermore, they were constantly vigilant and cultivating. Although the other 7 people did not obtain the opportunity to enter the Ice Emperor's secret realm, they had cultivated in the snow region. Their strength had become purer, and they had also gained some benefits. Their strength had also increased. After returning to White Cloud Mountain, the 7 people left separately. However, Chunzong, Fu Yinxiao, and Yunyin were brought by the Flying Cloud Dao Master to the highest peak of White Cloud Mountain. That peak's name was very straightforward. It was called White Cloud Peak. The White Cloud Hall on White Cloud Peak was the main hall of White Cloud Mountain. The 3 of them headed towards White Cloud Peak's White Cloud Main Hall. This was a very normal situation. After all 3 of them had entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. This was also the first time Chunzong and Yunyin had stepped into the main hall since they had entered White Cloud Mountain. The White Cloud main hall was entirely white, as if it was formed from compressed white clouds. Its hardness surpassed that of a half-saint artifact. What's more, it was covered with a layer of formless energy. Even a Saint Rudiment stage martial artist would not be able to destroy it easily. The White Cloud main hall was very spacious. The roof of the hall was a few hundred meters high. Under the azure sky, wisps of white, cloud-like aura permeated the air. They were constantly changing. At times, they would turn into birds flying in the sky. At other times, they would turn into fish swimming in the water. At other times, they would turn into monkeys leaping in the forest. At other times, they would turn into cheetahs sprinting across the plains. Chunzong and company instantly looked up into the sky, lost in thought. It felt as if they were standing in a vast field and looking up at the clear sky. They were watching clouds gather and disperse. It was like a fantasy. It was free, ethereal, and vast. In the deepest part of the hall, there were 5 huge chairs distributed in a semicircle. Figures appeared on top of these chairs. Each of these figures exuded an astonishing aura. Each of them had their own mysteries. When they appeared, their gazes fell on Chunzong, Fu Yinxiao, and Yunyin, but none of them said anything to disturb them. Those who entered the White Cloud main hall for the first time would inevitably be attracted by the dome of the main hall. Often they would gain something. As for how much they gained, it was closely related to the individual. The 5 down masters were very patient. For them, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, it was extremely difficult to make further progress. It was almost impossible unless they encountered a great opportunity. However, opportunities were often relative. Perhaps a heaven-defying opportunity for a transcendent would be very ordinary for a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Therefore, an opportunity that could allow a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator to make further progress was extremely rare. At least, none of them had encountered such an opportunity in so many years. However, a peak Saint Rudiment stage cultivator's lifespan was extremely long, and they belonged to the top of the sky, raising heaven territory. There were very few opponents, so they rarely took action. Not taking action was because they had cultivated their minds and become extremely patient. After a while, Fu Yinxiao was the first to wake up. He was a little confused, feeling as if he had gained something, but also as if he had gained nothing. It was an indescribable feeling. After another quarter of an hour, Yin Yinxin woke up. He felt the same as Fu Yunxiao. As for Chen Zong, he was still immersed in it. Under Chen Zong's gaze, the clouds in the dome were constantly changing. Sometimes it would transform into 100 beasts, sometimes into grass, sometimes into earth, sometimes into mountains, sometimes into the sea. In the end, no matter what it transformed into, it would all condense into swords. These swords, grass swords, wood swords, earth swords, stone swords, mountain swords, sea swords. As time passed, under Chen Zong's gaze, the dome of the sky seemed to have disappeared, and the white clouds seemed to have disappeared as well. There were only rays of sword light circling around, and each ray of sword light was entwined with wisps of cloud-white sword chi. The 5 down masters were stunned, and there seemed to be a flash of surprise in their eyes. Fu Yinxiao and Yin Yinxin's realm was not high enough, so they did not feel anything. However, they could feel that there seemed to be countless sword chi permeating the dome of the main hall of the white clouds, and it was hard to tell if it was real or not. "This boy has amazing talent," Lu Yun Down Master exclaimed. His voice could only be heard by the other 4 Down Masters. After comprehending it, he can transform his chi into swords. "This boy's talent in the sword principle is superb," Heavenly Cloud Down Master, who is the leader, said slowly. Among the 5 Down Masters, Heavenly Cloud Down Master was the oldest and most qualified. "Huan Yun, you brought this boy back to the mountain gate, so you have an affinity with him," Refined Cloud Down Master said with a smile. "If you're not tempted, I am." "You can't teach him," Huan Yun Down Master said calmly. Refined Cloud Down Master meant to take Shin Zong as his disciple, but Huan Yun Down Master meant that he was not qualified to be Chun Zong's disciple. Refined Cloud Down Master was not dissatisfied with Huan Yun Down Master's words. Looking at Chun Zong's growth record and his current state of comprehension, it was true that the 5 Down Masters were not qualified to be Chun Zong's master. What was a master? Imparting knowledge to resolve confusion, guiding the path and direction of progress, and providing help to the best of their ability. Chun Zong's talent was extremely high, and it was beyond the level that they could teach. If they tried to teach him, it might lead to a deviation. A true genius only needed to be given some guidance, and the rest was up to them to break through, comprehend, and progress. Chun Zong belonged to this kind of person. Otherwise, Huan Yun Down Master would have taken Chun Zong as his disciple long ago. "This time, you can't compete with me," Flying Cloud Down Master suddenly said, and the 4 Down Masters understood what she meant. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Chun Zong was still in the state of comprehension, and he had not woken up. Fu Yinxiao and Yin Yinxin did not disturb Chun Zong. Although they felt that they had gained something, they also knew that it was rare to be in such a state. Putting aside whether they had gained anything, at least they felt refreshed, and even their thoughts were more active than usual. The 2 of them did not talk, but looked around carefully. Everything in the White Cloud main hall looked so simple, but if one looked carefully, they would find that it was not simple at all. Every item was placed with care, and it was natural like a miracle of nature. Every carving looked exquisite, as if it had grown naturally, just like the veins on a leaf. For hours passed, and Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yinxin were still looking at the main hall, but Chenzong still had not woken up. However, the sharpness of the sword qi in the air seemed to have become denser, and the 5 Dao masters were even more shocked. Such talent in the way of a sword was really amazing, and it was indeed not something that they could teach. The trace of luck in their hearts was shattered. However, they were also happy. After all, such a genius was a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. 6 hours passed, and the 5 Dao masters could feel that the sword qi had spread throughout the entire hall, as if it was everywhere. In the 8th hour, Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yinxin finished looking, but they could not see the 5 Dao masters. Chapter 1262. What a strange feeling. Chenzong muttered to himself. His mind was very clear, and he had a different understanding of swordsmanship. It was as if he was standing at a higher place and could see more scenery. It was a wonderful feeling. Chenzong vaguely felt that his understanding of the 4th level of swordsmanship, the light sword theory, had deepened. The 4th level of swordsmanship was different from the previous 3 levels. It could not directly improve one's strength. To put it in perspective, the first 3 levels of swordsmanship were like practice, while the 4th level was like theory. The comprehension of each of the first 3 levels could directly improve one's strength. However, the 4th level would not directly improve one's strength, but it could improve one's potential. Moreover, the first 3 levels were divided into beginner, greater mastery, and full mastery, but the 4th level did not. In the 4th level, if one continued to comprehend and comprehend, it was possible to comprehend sword will and step into the 5th level. No one knew when this epiphany would occur. It all depended on the opportunity. When the opportunity came, it would be comprehended and mastered. If the opportunity did not come, it would be impossible to comprehend. However, one thing was certain. If one continued to comprehend and deepen the light sword theory, there would be a chance to find the opportunity faster. As Chenzong woke up, the aura of the 5 Dao masters spread out, and the 3 of them sensed it. Chenzong, Fu Yunxiao, Yun Yinxin, I am the Heavenly Cloud Dao Master. The Heavenly Cloud Dao Master spoke first. I am the refined Cloud Dao Master. I am the illusory Cloud Dao Master. I am the flowing Cloud Dao Master. I am the flying Cloud Dao Master. Chenzong, Fu Yunxiao, Yun Yinxin, greetings, Dao Masters. The 3 of them bowed to the 5 Dao Masters in unison. No need for formalities. The 5 of us have asked you to come here because we want to know more about the Ice Emperor's secret realm. We hope you can tell us more, the Heavenly Cloud Dao Master said. His voice was gentle and not forceful at all. His meaning was obvious. If Chenzong and the other 2 were willing to talk, then they could talk. If they were unwilling, then they did not have to say anything. He would not force them. However, most of it could be said that it would allow the sect to have a more direct understanding of the Ice Emperor's mystery realm. The next time it opened, the disciples who entered would be able to know more information in advance. As for the last opening, the strength of those who entered was too weak. Most of them died inside, and those who left alive did not gain much. It could be said that Chenzong and the other 2 didn't intend to hide most of the things that happened in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Of course, they wouldn't mention some of their personal encounters in detail, especially Chenzong, who wouldn't mention the fact that he had obtained the remnant soul of the Great Abyss King. First, it was Fu Yunxiao's explanation, followed by Yun Yinxin's. Chenzong added on to the 2's foundation and told them all of his speculations. When the 5 Dao Lords heard this, they were extremely shocked. Who would have thought that the Ice Emperor's secret realm was even more mysterious than they had imagined, and the opportunities were even greater? I didn't expect there to be such a miraculous item like the ancient battle tablet in the Ice Emperor Mystery Land. The Luoyuan sect master sighed with emotion. Although they were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, they couldn't make the ancient battle tablet, because they didn't have a suitable method. This was a method that belonged to the ancient powerhouses. Now, there might be an inheritance in the Tianyuan sacred region. Ancient Battle Tablet. Ancient Ice Emperor Palace. It's really amazing. The Luoyuan sect master also sighed with emotion. There's also the classification of geniuses. General grade, Marquis grade, Monarch grade, King grade, and Emperor grade. The foundation of the ancient times and the Tianyuan sacred region is indeed incomparable to that of our Sky Pillar Upper Province. The Heavenly Cloud sect master sighed heavily. Their conversation was limited to a certain range, and only they could hear it. Therefore, Chunzong and the others didn't know what they were talking about or what they were thinking. On the contrary, Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yinxin widened their eyes in shock. It was their first time hearing about such a classification of geniuses. Did you meet anyone from the Tianyuan sacred region this time? The Flying Cloud sect master asked curiously, staring at Chunzong with a pair of clear and deep eyes. Flying Cloud sect master, there are 1 king, 2 monarchs, and 5 marquises from the Tianyuan sacred region who entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm this time, Chunzong replied. Chunzong knew more about this information, so it was natural for him to answer. What are the geniuses of the 3 of you? The Fantasy Cloud sect master also stared at Chunzong and asked. Back then, he had personally gone to Ancient War City to bring Chunzong back to White Cloud Mountain. At that time, he thought that Chunzong might be good, but he never thought that Chunzong could achieve such achievements. Thinking back, the Fantasy Cloud sect master felt like he was dreaming. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yinxin also looked at Chunzong. They didn't know how the geniuses were classified in the ancient times. I don't know much either, Chunzong said. The so-called general grade geniuses are stronger than the limit of the transcendent realm, second only to the half-saint realm. They have some ability to resist ordinary low-level half-saints. The Marquis grade geniuses can fight ordinary low-level half-saints with their own strength. Chunzong explained the classification of the geniuses. According to Chun Shidi, my genius grade should be the Marquis grade, Fu Yunxiao said. He wasn't very sure himself. After all, he had never fought a low-level half-saint opponent alone, so it was just some speculation. I should be the Marquis grade, Yun Yinxin thought for a while. He had stimulated the power of his bloodline, and his strength had increased greatly. Yun Yinxin was indeed the Marquis grade now, but Chunzong knew that Yun Yinxin still had room for improvement. Moreover, even if they were all in the Marquis grade, there were some differences in strength. King grade, Chunzong didn't hide it. King grade. The 5 Dao masters were shocked, and so was Fu Yunxiao. Only Yun Yinxin looked calm because Yun Yinxin had seen Chunzong's battle and strength with his own eyes. The gap between the Marquis grade and the King grade was the Monarch grade. Moreover, according to the information about the genius grades that Chunzong had just mentioned, a King grade genius could fight an ordinary mid-level half-saint at the limit of the transcendent realm. The half-saint grade was divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level, and the gap between each level was not small. For a moment, the 5 Dao masters didn't know what to say, and the entire White Cloud Hall fell silent. After a few breaths, the Heavenly Cloud Dao master continued. This time, the 3 of you have gained a lot in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. I hope that you can give some things that you don't need to the sect. The sect won't treat you unfairly. The Flying Cloud Taoist master had mentioned this before. After all, some opportunities might not be suitable for one's own. If it was kept in one's own hands, sometimes it would be a waste. It was better to give it to the sect and let the people who were suitable for it accept it. In a broad sense, this was more suitable for the development of the sect. Chunzong and the other 2 didn't have any objections. Chunzong intended to give the White Cloud Mountain mainly cultivation methods and martial arts. The opportunities that I have obtained are mainly saint-grade cultivation methods and martial arts. I need time to write them down, Chunzong said. After I finish writing them, I will give them to the sect. Okay. The 5 Dao masters were very happy. No sect would complain about having too many saint-grade cultivation methods and martial arts. It would further expand the foundation of the sect. The 5 Tao masters imagined that the saint-grade cultivation methods and martial arts that Chunzong had obtained would not be too high level, and there wouldn't be many of them. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yinxin also each took out some things, mainly some ice attribute spirit herbs, which were somewhat useful. As for cultivation methods and martial arts, they didn't offer them. Maybe they didn't have them, or maybe they weren't suitable to offer them. Yun Yinxin, are you willing to worship me as your master? Suddenly, the flying cloud Tao master opened his mouth and stared at Yun Yinxin. Yun Yinxin was shocked, and a pleasant surprise surged from the bottom of his heart. I'm willing. Yun Yinxin quickly responded and knelt down. The flying cloud Tao master was one of the 5 Tao masters of White Cloud Mountain. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. In the Sky Pillar upper region, he was one of the top powerhouses. Even the strongest powerhouses in the 3 great 9-star forces were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. It was naturally a joyous occasion to worship a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage as his master. Fu Yunxiao, are you willing to worship me as your master? The flowing cloud Tao master asked. Fu Yunxiao never thought that he would be pleasantly surprised. He was stunned for a moment, but he soon came to his senses. I'm willing. Fu Yunxiao greets master. Fu Yunxiao knelt down and kowtowed without hesitation. Worshipping a master at the peak of the Saint Realm as a master was a rare opportunity. From now on, one's cultivation path would be smoother and smoother, and one's cultivation and strength would improve much faster. Immediately, they all looked at Chunzong. With Chunzong's talent, they wondered which Tao master would accept him as his disciple. However, the Tao master did not mention accepting Chunzong as his disciple. He did not even have the slightest idea. Are you surprised? The heavenly cloud Tao master asked. Chunzong's talent is too high, especially his talent in Sword Tao. Although the 5 of us want to accept him as our disciple, it's a pity that we're not capable enough to teach him. With Chunzong's talent, he could be ranked among the top even in the Tianyuan sacred region. This place is too small after all, the fantasy cloud Tao master said slowly. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yinxin were stunned at first, but after thinking about it, they realized that it was indeed so. Shallow water could not raise a real dragon. The logic was the same. The Qingtian High Domain was huge compared to the central and lower domains, but it was very small compared to the Tianyuan sacred region. It was like comparing a remote village to a bustling city. With the talent that Chunzong had shown, the Qingtian High Domain's environment was not enough. If he wanted to improve himself further, he would need a better environment. However, the Tianyuan sacred region and the 4 upper domains were like a natural chasm. Even with the flying cloud Tao master's strength, it would take him a lot of time to cross it. Moreover, he could only cross to the edge of the Tianyuan sacred region. It was another matter to enter the Tianyuan sacred region. It was not that easy. If the Lingwu sacred world was divided, the lower and central domains were on one level, the upper domains were on another level, and the Tianyuan sacred region was on another level. It was very difficult for people who were not from the Tianyuan sacred region to enter the Tianyuan sacred region. They might even have to pay a great price. Chapter 1263. Yun Yinxin, Fu Yunxiao, Lu Yun, Gao Hongjing, and Bai Xie were all taken in as disciples by the Flying Cloud Sect Master. Flying Cloud Sect Master, Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, and Heavenly Cloud Sect Master were all taken in as disciples by the Refining Cloud Sect Master. The Sect Master was the most powerful person in the entire White Cloud Mountain. Being taken in as a disciple not only meant that they would receive guidance from the most powerful person, their cultivation path would be smoother, but it also meant that they would have a powerful backer. If others wanted to deal with them, they would have to consider whether they would incur the wrath of the Sect Master. The Sect Master's disciple was equivalent to a protective talisman. Of course, in the end, these were all superficial. When it came to a life and death battle, these would be cast aside. The only thing they could rely on was themselves. Even so, Fu Yunxiao and the other 3 were still envied by countless people. However, everyone had another question. Why was Zong not taken in as a disciple? This question gave rise to many speculations. When Zong wrote down the saint grade cultivation methods and martial techniques and handed them to the sect, the 5 sect masters were all dumbfounded. 5. There were a total of 5 saint grade cultivation methods. One had to know that there were only 5 saint grade cultivation methods in the entire White Cloud Mountain. Zong took out 5 at once, which was comparable to the accumulation of White Cloud Mountain over the years. However, the 5 sect masters felt that it was a pity. After all, White Cloud Mountain's highest cultivation method was at the mid-grade saint tier, and the 5 saint tier cultivation methods that Zong had written were at the mid-grade saint tier as well. As such, there was no need for the 5 Tao Lords to cultivate them. Their cultivation base had reached the peak of the saint rudiment stage. If they wanted to make a breakthrough in their cultivation base or improve their strength, it was necessary for them to have a higher grade cultivation method. If they could have a saint grade upper cultivation method, they would be able to increase their strength. They might even have a chance to break through the peak of the saint rudiment stage and reach a higher level. What a pity. However, with 5 more saint grade cultivation methods, White Cloud Mountain's foundation would be further strengthened. In the future, the disciples would be able to choose more cultivation methods. Immediately, the 5 sect masters looked at the saint grade martial techniques. 7. There are 7 saint grade martial techniques. The 5 sect masters were a little excited. This is. The Heavenly Cloud sect master suddenly became excited, his hands trembling. When the other 4 Tao Lords saw this, their breathing quickened. Saint Class Upper Grade Martial Art. Among the 7 Saint Class martial arts, there was actually a Saint Class Upper Grade martial art. It's incomplete. When he discovered this, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but that disappointment quickly disappeared. This was because this incomplete Saint Class Upper Rank martial skill was relatively complete, only lacking the final move. Even so, it was still much stronger than a Saint Class Middle Rank martial skill. Among the 3 9-star forces, the overall strength of their Saint Realm Masters was stronger than that of an 8-star force because they possessed incomplete Saint Grade high-rank secret arts and martial arts. Now, even though they didn't obtain a high-grade Sage rank cultivation technique, there was an incomplete high-grade Sage rank martial art that greatly enriched White Cloud Mountain's martial arts foundation. The 5 Tao Lords could also cultivate and use it as a reference, allowing their strength to reach a higher level of enlightenment. Seeing the hope of advancing a step further, the 5 of them were naturally extremely excited. Zong could sense the 5 Tao Lords' excitement. However, Zong didn't actually write down all of the cultivation techniques and martial arts. Zong still kept the 2 Saint Class Upper Grade Secret Arts and Martial Arts, Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Technique and Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger. After all, they were extremely precious Saint Class Upper Grade Secret Arts and Martial Arts. Zong didn't know what would happen if he gave them to the sect. Even though he felt a sense of belonging to White Cloud Mountain and was willing to contribute them, it was definitely not the right time. It wasn't the right time yet. After all, people's hearts were unpredictable. An incomplete high-grade Sage rank martial art would make people excited, but wouldn't arouse any evil intentions. If it was complete, the meaning would be different, so Zong had to be cautious. It wasn't that he was suspicious of anything, but it was a form of self-protection. In the future, when the time was right, Zong would offer up the Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Technique and Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger. The 5 Tao Lords were extremely satisfied. 5 Saint Class Secret Arts and 7 Saint Class Martial Arts. This greatly enriched White Cloud Mountain's foundation of cultivation techniques and martial arts. It would play a very important role in White Cloud Mountain's future development. Zong, you've made a great contribution. What reward would you like? Tao Lord Heavenly Cloud's eyes were filled with joy and fondness as he stared at Zong and asked with a slightly excited tone. Zong had contributed so many Saint Class secret arts and martial arts that surpassed what White Cloud Mountain had accumulated over the years. Such a great contribution was indescribable, so it was reasonable for him to make a request. Of course, Chunzong wasn't the kind of person who would blindly ask for anything. It's fine. Just tell us what you need. Whatever White Cloud Mountain has, we'll give it to you. If we don't have it, we'll find a way to get it. Dowlord Illusory Cloud said unhurriedly, but his tone was somewhat solemn. It could be said that among the 5 Dowlords, Dowlord Illusory Cloud was the closest to Chunzong. After all, he was the one who personally brought Chunzong back to White Cloud Mountain. To a certain extent, the relationship between Dowlord Illusory Cloud and Chunzong was somewhat similar to the relationship between a teacher and a student. Moreover, Chunzong's talent was incomparably shocking. When he grew up, there was hope for him to make White Cloud Mountain even stronger. No matter how one looked at it, Chunzong deserved to be focused on nurturing. I need a Saint-class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute, Chunzong said. Chunzong had thought long and hard before making the suggestion. He had the Taiyuan Cloud scraping technique, which was a top-notch Saint-class secret art, even among the superior Saint-class secret arts. However, it was difficult to find a complete superior Saint-class secret art in the entire Sky Pillar upper region. Therefore, you didn't need it. As for the superior Saint-class secret art, Chunzong didn't need it either, because there might not be a complete superior Saint-class secret art in the Sky Pillar upper region. Chunzong himself had the Taiyuan Cloud scraping finger, a complete superior Saint-class secret art, and the blood-dripping sword technique sealed in the blood-dripping sword seal could be comprehended. The reason for choosing a Saint-class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute was very simple. Chunzong had the purplish cloud black star flame. The true flame body tempering technique that he cultivated in the past leaned towards the fire attribute. Therefore, it was easier and more suitable for him to cultivate a Saint-class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute. Body tempering had brought great benefits to Chunzong. It was also very beneficial to his overall strength. Naturally, Chunzong wouldn't give it up. However, body tempering couldn't keep up with qi cultivation, and there was an imbalance. Therefore, Chunzong needed a Saint-class secret art of body tempering to improve his strength. Okay. Tao Master Heavenly Cloud nodded without hesitation and agreed to Chunzong's request. Naturally, there was no Saint-class secret art of body tempering in White Cloud Mountain. However, it didn't mean that it couldn't be obtained. As long as one paid a price, there was still hope to obtain it. After all, they were peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Do you have any other requests other than a Saint-class secret art of body tempering with a fire attribute? Tao Master Heavenly Cloud asked again. Compared to Chunzong's contribution, a Saint-class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute was really nothing. No. Chunzong shook his head. He had voluntarily contributed the secret art of body tempering, not to get anything from the sect. He asked for a Saint-class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute because he urgently needed it. He didn't need anything else for the time being. Since you don't know, we'll give you something useful. Tao Master Heavenly Cloud smiled and waved his hand. A light appeared, and a ball slowly floated towards Chunzong. The ball was about the size of a fist with clouds surging inside. It seemed to be compressed into a sea of clouds and contained an astonishing amount of power. This is a secret treasure, the Great Cloud Bomb. It can be detonated with one's own strength and spiritual consciousness. It can release an attack equivalent to the full force of a 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator in an instant. Tao Master Heavenly Cloud smiled. The Great Cloud Bomb took Tao Master Heavenly Cloud a lot of time to create. It was very precious and took a lot of effort, so there were only a few of them. With this Great Cloud Bomb in hand, Chunzong had one more powerful trump card. It was a pleasant surprise. Chunzong, Tao Master Heavenly Cloud's Great Cloud Bomb is suitable for large-scale attacks. Once it explodes, it can affect an area of 10,000 meters. Use it carefully, Tao Master Heavenly Cloud said with a smile. Immediately, a white cloud light rose and shot towards Chunzong. It stopped in front of Chunzong. It was a white cloud sword that was as thick as 10 fingers. It didn't have a hilt. Wisps of white cloud aura surrounded the small sword and slowly rotated. A terrifying aura was contained in it. It was so shocking that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. This secret treasure is called the Flowing Cloud Flying Sword. It contains the full force of a 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Unlike the Great Cloud Bomb, its attack range is very small, and its power is more concentrated. Tao Master Heavenly Cloud introduced. It was also a secret treasure that he had spent a lot of time and effort to create. Generally speaking, Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses would rarely create such a secret treasure. It would consume a lot of their energy, and it would take a lot of time to replenish it. However, this time, they made it for Chunzong. It was enough to show how much importance they attached to Chunzong. Tao Master Heavenly Cloud also took out a secret treasure. However, it was not an offensive secret treasure, but a speed secret treasure. It turned into a wisp of cloud aura and wrapped around Chunzong's hand like a white ring. However, once the flying cloud ring was activated, Chunzong would instantly have the full speed of a 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, making it easier for him to escape. These 3 secret treasures were one-time use secret treasures. They would disappear after use. Therefore, they had to be used carefully. Chunzong, I don't have any secret treasures for you. However, I obtained this sword many years ago. I hope it will suit you, Tao Master Heavenly Cloud said with a smile. Sect Master Lian Yun said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a majestic sword light broke through the air and stopped in front of Chunzong, attracting his attention. It was a large sword that was as wide as a palm. There was a wisp of blood spreading on the sword's spine. The blade looked extremely sharp and cold. The sword was longer than the heavy dragon sword. The aura it emitted was very shocking. It was even stronger than the red flame sword. This sword is called Mountain Beheading. It's a middle-grade, half-saint artifact. It weighs 139,000 pounds. It should suit you, Tao Master Heavenly Cloud said with a smile. Hearing this, Chunzong's eyes lit up. He grabbed the hilt with his right hand and immediately felt an amazing weight and power. Chapter 1264. The 5 Tao Masters each gave him a treasure. Tao Master Huan Yun gave Chunzong an elixir. It was not an elixir, but an elixir. It seemed to be a treasure born from heaven and earth. It was called the Enlightenment Elixir. The Enlightenment Elixir was golden in color. It seemed to be filled with colorful lights that fluctuated constantly. When it was in the mouth, it would temporarily enhance one's comprehension. According to Tao Master Huan Yun, this Enlightenment Elixir could be used for about a month. A month referred to a full 30 days, or 360 hours. As such, Chunzong obtained 3 life-saving artifacts. They were the Great Cloud Bomb, a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage full-force offensive artifact, the Flowing Cloud Flying Sword, a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage single-target offensive artifact, and the Flying Cloud Artifact Ring, a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage full-speed flying artifact. The other 2 were different. One was the mid-grade half-saint weapon, the Mountain Beheading Sword. It was not an artifact, nor was it a consumable. It could be used as a regular combat weapon. Of course, it could also be used as a trump card. With Chunzong's current strength, he would be even more powerful if he used the Mountain Beheading Sword. Therefore, in terms of practical value, it was not inferior to the 3 life-saving artifacts. Each of them had their own merits. Finally, Chunzong was still unsure about the effects of the Enlightenment Elixir given by Tao Master Huan Yun. After all, Chunzong's comprehension was very high, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. It was hard to say whether the Enlightenment Elixir would be useful to him. After all, many treasures had their limits. They were useless beyond that limit. After giving away 5 saint-grade cultivation methods and 7 saint-grade martial techniques, Chunzong left and returned to his cloud palace. Cultivate in seclusion. Next, it was time to cultivate in seclusion. The trip to the Ice Emperor's secret realm had not only brought Chunzong many treasures, but also many cultivation methods and insights. It was just that it was not suitable for him to cultivate in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Now that he had left and returned to White Cloud Mountain, he could cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. He could convert and absorb the insights gained from the trip to the Ice Emperor's secret realm to improve himself. Yunyanxin naturally had to cultivate with the Flying Cloud Taoist master after being taken in as his disciple. As for the Rising Dragon Grass, it was naturally given to Yunyanxin. As for Yunyanxin, the Soaring Cloud Taoist would ask the alchemists of White Cloud Mountain to refine the Rising Dragon Pill. When the time came, not only would it increase the purity of one's bloodline, but might also mutate and become even more powerful. In the Cloud Palace, Chunzong sat cross-legged. He cleared his mind and started to think about his next cultivation plan or goal. Next, I should finish comprehending all 5 Daos of White Cloud Mountain, Chunzong said to himself. Each of the 5 white clouds had its own unique features. Chunzong found that it was very suitable to use them to lay the foundation. It would be more helpful for his future cultivation. This discovery came from his own inner perception and also from the Great Abyss King's memories of cultivation. It didn't take long for Chunzong to come up with a complete cultivation plan with a clear mind. First step, comprehend the 5 white cloud Daos and further strengthen your foundation. As the saying goes, sharpening a knife will not delay the work of cutting wood. Second step, comprehend and cultivate the Great Abyss Cloud scraping technique, the 1,000 Men Extreme Slaying Sword technique, the 1,000 Shadows, 1,000 Illusions movement technique, and other saint-level cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret techniques to further improve his strength. Third step, comprehend the mystery of the Heart Sword Sutra, improve the mystery of the Heart Sword, integrate various comprehensions, improve the realm of Sword Tao, and find an opportunity to break through to sword intent. There was another step, and that was if he could obtain a saint-level cultivation method of the fire attribute. He would have to spend time and effort to comprehend and cultivate it. After the plan was formulated, Chunzong immediately carried it out without wasting a second. The huge contribution allowed Chunzong to obtain all the contents of the 5 White Clouds Daos without spending any contribution points. He had already comprehended the Illusory Cloud Tao, one of the 5 Daos. Chunzong had also comprehended part of the Refinement Cloud Tao and the Flying Cloud Tao. When he sent them over, they even came with cultivation insights from the 5 Tao Lords. The 5 Tao Lords had their own unique comprehensions of the 5 White Clouds Tao. Although they wouldn't directly guide Chunzong, they would provide him with some help. They would give their own cultivation insights on the 5 White Clouds Tao, which would naturally be a reference for Chunzong. With his superb comprehension ability, solid foundation, and the 5 Tao Lords' respective insights on the 5 White Clouds Tao, Chunzong had a deeper understanding of the Illusory Cloud Tao, perfecting it even more. Subsequently, he mastered the Refinement Cloud Tao, the Flying Cloud Tao, the Flowing Cloud Tao, and the Heavenly Cloud Tao. Only half a month had passed. In such a short period of time, Chunzong had completely mastered the 5 White Clouds Tao. In the past, it would have been unimaginable, but now he had done it. In addition to Chunzong's stronger soul and better comprehension ability, he had also benefited from the cultivation insights of the 5 Tao Lords, the various comprehensions in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, and the cultivation insights in the Taiyuan King's memory. The combination of various conditions had created Chunzong's extraordinary ability. After half a month of seclusion, Chunzong had completely comprehended the 5 White Clouds Tao. He didn't immediately enter the next step of cultivation. Instead, he walked out of the Cloud Hall to look at the scenery of Mount Baiyun. In fact, ever since Chunzong entered Mount Baiyun, he had very little free time to appreciate the scenery here. Now that he was riding on the white clouds, looking at it from above, it was a beautiful sight. Chunzong, come to Baiyun Peak quickly. At that moment, a voice came into Chunzong's ears through time and space. It was the voice of the Heavenly Cloud Tao Master. Chunzong didn't delay. He immediately rode on the white clouds and flew to Baiyun Peak, entering the main cloud hall. The main cloud hall still had a dome like the blue sky. Wisps of clouds floated, as if it was the real sky. Chunzong, I've called you here today to give you this. As soon as the heavenly cloud, down master's voice fell, a ball of light flew to Chunzong. The light dissipated, revealing a piece of spiritual jade of inheritance. It was fiery red and emitted a blazing aura. This is... Chunzong was stunned at first. Then, a touch of joy appeared on his face as he grabbed the fiery red spiritual jade of inheritance. In this spiritual jade of inheritance, there is a fire-based sacred level body refining technique and the martial arts that go with it. Unfortunately, it is only a lower sacred level. The heavenly cloud, down master, said regretfully, in the future, we will continue to pay attention to see if we can get a more advanced body refining technique. Thank you, master. A lower sacred level body refining technique is enough for me now, Chunzong said quickly. In his current situation, even if Chunzong was given a middle sacred level body refining technique, he might not be able to cultivate it. After all, the higher the level of the technique, the more powerful it was, but it also meant that it was more difficult to cultivate. A lower sacred level body refining technique was just right. Here are 3 blood essence elixirs. I hope you can achieve success in your body refining technique, the heavenly cloud, down master said as he handed over a blood jade bottle. Blood essence elixir. Chunzong was slightly surprised. This was one of the top spiritual level body refining elixirs, and its value was extraordinary. Thank you, master. Chunzong's tone was a little more dignified and grateful. After bidding farewell and leaving the main cloud hall, Chunzong returned to the cloud hall again. This time, he changed his cultivation plan. He didn't immediately comprehend the body refining technique and martial arts. Instead, he first received the inheritance of the spiritual jade of inheritance. A burst of information poured into Chunzong's mind like a blazing torrent. The runes emitted a red light that was extremely hot. Rumble. Chunzong only felt that countless runes were entrenched in his mind, condensing into a volcano that constantly spewed out blazing magma. Its power was incomparably powerful. The magma billowed and spewed out in all directions, like a fiery hell. Blazing Mountain Inferno Technique. This was the name of the lower sacred level body refining technique of the fire attribute. He didn't know where the heavenly cloud down master got it from. After the transfer of the technique was completed, it was the martial arts' turn. An arm made of magma suddenly shot out from the volcano in the Inferno prison. It grabbed at the air as if it wanted to shatter the vacuum. Soon after, it opened up again and turned into a palm that slammed into the distant sky. Its power was incomparably heavy and vigorous, like a burning mountain that was rampaging. Boom! It was as if the Balrog had struck and the sky had collapsed. Immediately after, the palm that was blasted out also changed in an instant. All of the power was concentrated in the index finger, which was burning with astonishing raging flames. Under the raging flames, the finger was covered with black-red cracks, as if it was purgatory. As it moved forward a little, it let out an astonishingly sharp roar, and the power was even more concentrated. Blazing Mountain Inferno Hand. Blazing Mountain Inferno Technique. Blazing Mountain Inferno Hand. Not bad. Chunzong opened his eyes, and a flash of light flashed. Chunzong was very satisfied with this lower sacred level body refining technique and martial arts of the fire attribute. Then he would comprehend this body refining technique first. After that, he would cultivate it. After that, he would comprehend the Blazing Mountain Inferno Hand. When it came to comprehending the body refining technique, the Taiyuan King's cultivation experience would not be of much use. This was because the Taiyuan King did not have any achievements in body refining. In the spiritual inheritance jade, there was only information about the technique and martial arts. There was no other cultivation experience. In other words, Chunzong could only rely on his own understanding and body refining technique to comprehend it. This was more difficult than comprehending the chi refining technique and martial arts. After comprehending for half a day, Chunzong felt that it was difficult and took out the enlightenment pill. However, he did not know how effective the enlightenment pill would be. Holding the enlightenment pill in his mouth, a trace of cool air suddenly spread out and spread to his brain. A burst of cool air made Chunzong feel refreshed. It was effective. Although he did not know how effective it was, at least it was effective. It was good that it could be increased. After all, Chunzong's understanding was very high. It was good that it could be increased. Sometimes, when one's comprehension ability was slightly increased, the effect would be very significant. It was like a person who could lift 1,000 pounds with all his strength. However, that was the limit. Adding 2 pounds on top of that would be enough to crush the person. As the cool air spread out, Chunzong felt more and more comfortable. He felt that all his distracting thoughts were eliminated and his mind was highly focused. All this was not directed by him, but by the enlightenment pill's aura. Start comprehending. With a thought, Chunzong immediately started comprehending. The moment he started comprehending, the gap between him and the enlightenment pill became obvious. Earlier, he could not comprehend anything. Now that he started comprehending, he felt as if he had comprehended something. Time passed slowly. Chunzong's mind was always clear. The cool air constantly nourished his brain, as if it was constantly replenishing the brain's energy consumption. It kept his brain in peak condition. Chapter 1265. Comprehension. Whether it was comprehending secret arts, martial arts, or anything else, it would consume one's spirit and mind. The simplest example was thinking. The brain would be consumed when it was used up and would feel tired. Over a long period of time, the brain would become dizzy and unable to function. It was like a body that had been starved for several days and nights. It would lose all motivation and need rest to recover. The stronger one's spirit and mind, the longer one could maintain comprehension. Chunzong's soul liquefaction was very powerful. After absorbing the great Abyss King's remnant soul, it was strengthened by 20%. Many Saint Realm Masters could not compare with Chunzong in terms of soul liquefaction. Therefore, Chunzong could maintain comprehension for a longer period of time. However, that did not mean that he would not feel tired. The more profound the comprehension, the more his spirit would be consumed. However, with the enlightenment pill in his mouth and the cool aura filling his mind, no matter how much he comprehended, his mind remained clear and in peak condition. 1 month, 30 days, 360 hours. If he made full use of this period, it would bring him great benefits. Chunzong did not know that the enlightenment pill was a precious treasure obtained by Tao Master Huan Yun during a fortuitous encounter. There were a total of 3 pills. 2 of them had been used by Tao Master Huan Yun, leaving the last one as a backup. If not for Tao Master Huan Yun placing great importance on Chunzong and the enlightenment pill's effect on cultivators at his level was not obvious, he would never have given it to Chunzong. Among the 5 Tao Master's gifts, the enlightenment pill was the most valuable. With the help of the enlightenment pill, Fierce Mountain Inferno art began to deepen as he comprehended it. Fierce Mountain Inferno art was different from the other martial arts Chunzong had come into contact with before. It was not divided into 10, 15, or 20 levels. Instead, it was divided into 3 major realms. The first level was Fierce Mountain, and the second level was Inferno Hell. The third level was the combination of the first and second levels. It was called Purgatory. With the help of the Enlightenment Elixir, Chunzong comprehended the mysteries of the first level in 5 days. Now, he could start cultivating. As for the other 2 levels, they were even more difficult to comprehend. Even if Chunzong could comprehend them, he would not be able to cultivate them with his current cultivation. After taking off the enlightenment pill, Chunzong found that the enlightenment pill had shrunk and the cool aura in his mind gradually dissipated. Putting away the enlightenment pill, Chunzong began to cultivate the Blazing Mountain Inferno art. A scorching aura spread throughout his body as the dragon power of body refinement began to circulate through his body in a more complicated and intricate manner. Chunzong could feel his bones and muscles swelling, as if they had been stuffed with red-hot iron. His body also contained an astonishing amount of power and dominance. The dragon power that was originally cultivated by the true flame body refining technique also gradually transformed into the Lime Mountain dragon power. This was a more tyrannical dragon power, a transformation of the dragon power. It could be called the super dragon power, just like the super spiritual power. The dragon power continued to circulate through his bones and muscles. Chunzong felt as if his body was about to burn up. His entire body gradually turned red, and his body seemed to become as heavy as a mountain. All the dragon power had transformed into fierce mountain dragon power, but it had not reached the level of super dragon power yet. Immediately, Chunzong took out a blood essence elixir and consumed it. The power of the blood essence elixir exploded like a volcanic eruption, rushing through his entire body. His organs, bones, muscles, and skin were all impacted. The fierce mountain dragon power continued to circulate, absorb, and grow, gradually reaching the true limit of the dragon power. One blood essence elixir allowed Chunzong's body refinement art to reach the true limit of the dragon power realm. Next, it was time to compress the dragon power and turn it into super dragon power. This was more direct than chi refinement art, but it was also more violent. Compress continuously. As Chunzong circulated his chi, there was a boom, and it seemed as if flames were spreading out, emitting a shockingly hot and vigorous aura. Chunzong circulated the dragon power on his fist and punched out. He felt as if his punch could destroy mountains. When he grabbed the mountain beheading sword, he also felt that it had become lighter. This meant that Chunzong's body had also been strengthened by the dragon power, and his strength had become even more shocking. This way, he would be able to use the mountain beheading sword more easily. The first stage of the Fierce Mountain Inferno art is basically complete. All that's left is to slowly polish it until I completely master it. Now, I can cultivate the Fierce Mountain Inferno hand. Chunzong's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he thought to himself. The Fierce Mountain Inferno hand was a martial art that came with the Fierce Mountain Inferno art. Although it was a martial art, it could be divided into two types. One was the Fierce Mountain Palm, and the other was the Inferno Finger. However, if one cultivated it to the highest level, they could combine to form the true Fierce Mountain Inferno hand, and its power would be even more shocking. What Chunzong wanted to practice now was the Scorching Mountain Palm. Only body refinement art could unleash the full potential of his body refinement art. It was equivalent to mastering one more skill, and it might come in handy at some point. With the Fierce Mountain Inferno art as a foundation and the Enlightenment Elixir, Chunzong comprehended the mysteries of the Fierce Mountain Palm in just 3 days and began to cultivate it. Boom, boom, boom. He circulated the Fierce Mountain Dragon power in his palms, and the Crimson Dragon power filled his palms. It was hidden under the skin of his palms, and it blasted out. Every palm was like a burning mountain, and its power was extremely shocking. On the surface, the Fierce Mountain Palm did not seem to be very powerful. However, that was because the power was restrained. Once hit, the Fierce Mountain Dragon power would explode and destroy the target. The Fierce Mountain Dragon power, combined with the tyrannical power of his body, made every attack even more terrifying. Body refinement art cultivators of the same level were usually more powerful than chi refinement art cultivators. Of course, body refinement cultivators needed more resources. Relatively speaking, body refinement arts and martial arts were not as profound as chi refinement art and martial arts, but their power was not weak at all. Body refinement art relied more on resources. Time flew by. It had been a month since Chunzong started to cultivate the Fierce Mountain Inferno art and the Fierce Mountain Inferno hand. During this month, Chunzong gave up on other cultivation and focused on cultivating the body refinement arts and martial arts. With Chunzong's super high comprehension ability and control of his own power, he made obvious progress every day. Fierce Mountain. With a low shout, the shadow of a burning mountain suddenly appeared on Chunzong's body. It was like a volcano that emitted an extremely shocking aura. This kind of aura was vigorous, heavy, and overbearing. It felt as if it was condensed into a substance. It was completely different from the aura of a chi refinement art cultivator. Spirit. This was spirit. Spirit could only be mastered by a brilliant body refinement cultivator. For example, the bronze flame aura that surrounded Toobanu's body when he exploded was a type of spirit. Spirit was a general term. It would show different forms and auras according to the cultivation arts that the cultivator cultivated. However, spirit also had something in common, which was its shocking power and impact. Once the spirit was released, the body refinement cultivator's state of mind would become more stable. His spiritual would also be like a defense that could resist the impact of a stronger aura and the invasion of evil. After the spirit was released, the power of the attack would also be increased to a certain extent. In ancient times, spirit was the symbol of whether a body refinement cultivator was an expert or not. It was also the symbol of whether a body refinement cultivator was strong or not. But now, even in the Titan Soul Heavenly sect, there were not many young disciples who could master spirit. In terms of body refinement strength, I should not be inferior to Toobanu, Chunzong thought to himself. After entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Toobanu must have had some opportunities and become stronger. However, Chunzong was not a pure body refinement cultivator. Pure body refinement was not true strength. After releasing the fierce mountain spirit, Chunzong struck out with his palm. The fierce mountain's dragon power was restrained in his palm. The air suddenly shook and a dull sound was heard, like the roar of a drum. An anxious aura spread out, and a blazing wave swept out in all directions. Without a comparison, Chunzong was not sure how powerful this palm was. However, he felt that it was not weak at all. It might be at the level of a Mark Hill-level genius. This level of body refinement is almost the limit. Chunzong thought to himself. After all, the Fierce Mountain Inferno art was not as good as the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. Naturally, there was a difference in strength. Moreover, Chunzong's talent in body refinement was not bad, but it could not be compared to his talent in sword arts. After making up for his shortcomings in body refinement, Chunzong began the third step of cultivation, which was to comprehend Qi cultivation methods. Level 7 of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art. It was not easy to comprehend the level 7, but with the help of the Taiyuan King's memory, the difficulty was greatly reduced. One day later, Chunzong grasped the mysteries of the level 7 and continued to comprehend the level 8. The level 8 was even more difficult. If Chunzong comprehended it by himself, it would take many months. However, with the help of the Taiyuan King's cultivation experience, it was infinitely shortened. 2 days. Level 9. 3 days. After comprehending the mysteries of the level 7, 8, and 9 of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art, Chunzong naturally began to cultivate the level 7. The difference between comprehension and cultivation was the difference between theory and practice. Theory was always easier. Therefore, even with the guidance of the Taiyuan King's cultivation experience, the cultivation of the level 7 was not that easy. The 9 spiritual wheels rotated continuously. Super spiritual energy surged through his body, one cycle after another. Chunzong sat still with his legs crossed, as if he had turned into a statue. Time flew. Suddenly, a strong aura burst out from Chunzong's body and rushed in all directions. This was the aura of an even stronger, super spiritual energy. In half a month, he had completed the level 7 of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art. Chunzong opened his eyes. A sharp light pierced the sky like a sword. The super spiritual energy cultivated from the level 7 of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art was purer and more powerful. This meant that Chunzong's strength had improved. Body refinement was only to make up for Chunzong's shortcomings. Now it was time to increase his strength. When he tried to cultivate the level 8, Chunzong found that it was very difficult. Even with the help of the Taiyuan King's memory, it was still difficult. It seemed that he had reached his limit. Since this was the case, Chunzong began to comprehend the Thousand Blades Extreme/Sword Art and the Thousand Shadows, Thousand Illusions movement art. Chunzong also planned to comprehend the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Finger. If he could master it, it would be very beneficial to him. After all, it was an upper sacred level martial art that went hand in hand with the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering art. They could enhance each other and improve their power. Chapter 1266. Wind Chanting. A gentle breeze blew, and the sound of the wind spread in the void. A cyan sword light flashed across the sky and came for the kill. Chunzong's eyes flashed. He stood still and pointed his finger like a sword, shattering the cyan sword light. The moment the sword light was shattered, Chunzong also felt a rush of evil spirit. However, for Chunzong, this evil spirit was not strong enough to affect Chunzong's spiritual will. Freezing point. The second sword attack came. Frost spread and condensed on the sword. It was white all over and emitted a shocking chill. It froze the surrounding air, and ice particles spread and swept across. Kill. The ice sword pierced through the sky, descending with extreme coldness. Chunzong still did not draw his sword. He pointed his sword finger, which collided with the tip of the sword. The ice sword paused. Chunzong could feel an extremely cold and terrifying force bursting from his fingertip, as if it wanted to pierce through his finger and shatter it. However, Chunzong's finger was extremely strong. The ice sword cracked and shattered, turning into countless ice particles that sputtered in all directions. An amazing force recoiled. Yunyanxin's body could not help but fly into the sky. There seemed to be frosty blue and light cyan-colored wings on her back fluttering gently. Like a swallow turning back, she drew an almost perfect arc. A storm and frost came. Her graceful body paused. The ice and the storm came from the left and right respectively, as if two strange phenomena had appeared in the sky. Yunyanxin's expression seemed to be spreading ice, and there seemed to be a storm in the depths of her eyes. Wind-chilling ice sword. A soft shout resounded through the void. The ice and the storm merged on the sword, and she swung it. In an instant, a dazzling sword light that seemed to be both ice blue and cyan arrived like a line between the sky and the water. It was powerful, majestic, and incomparably sharp. Chunzong focused his eyes and could see the composition of the sword light. It was made up of countless pieces of ice and stormy, sword chi intertwined with each other, spinning like a tornado. Chunzong still did not draw his sword. With a stroke of his sword finger, the sword radiance was generated. It was very mysterious. The wind dissipated, and Yunyanxin's long hair fell to the ground. It was as if the tsunami had calmed down. The colorful wings by her side also retracted into her body, and her tyrannical aura decreased. Senior sister, the attack just now is close to the monarch level, Chunzong said with a smile. He was amazed by Yunyanxin's progress. 1 year. It had been exactly a year since they left the Ice Emperor's secret realm and returned to the sect. During this year, Chunzong had been cultivating in seclusion, trying his best to improve himself. The others were also constantly improving themselves. Yunyanxin, Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, and Bai Xie were taken as disciples by the 4 Tao Lords, and they received the guidance of the Tao Lords, causing their strengths to advance by leaps and bounds. Among them, Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, and Bai Xie's accumulation had reached the limit, and they could not accumulate anymore. They could only seek breakthroughs. Half a year ago, the 3 of them broke through to the half-holy realm and became low-level half-holy realm experts. In terms of talent, the 3 of them were among the top in the Sky Pillar upper region. Although they were only low-level half-holy realm experts after breaking through to the half-holy realm, their strength was much stronger than ordinary low-level half-holy realm experts. Especially Fu Yunxiao. Although he was only a low-level half-holy realm expert, he could completely contend against an ordinary mid-level half-holy realm expert. As for Gao Hongjing and Bai Xie, they were slightly weaker. After all, they did not enter the Ice Emperor's secret realm and obtain opportunities. During this year, Yunyin had consumed and refined the ice-rising dragon pill, and the purity of her Wind-Wan bloodline had increased from 30% to 50%. Her talent and potential had also increased correspondingly. Moreover, her Wind-Wan bloodline had also undergone a mutation. It had an additional energy, ice. In other words, Yunyinshin's bloodline could no longer be called Wind-Wan bloodline, but frigid ice Wind-Wan bloodline. Naturally, Yunyinshin had also easily grasped the extraordinary power of ice and cultivated it to the 9th level. The increase in talent, potential, and bloodline mutation had all contributed to the increase in Yunyinshin's strength. She had originally reached the Marquis realm after activating her bloodline, but now she had reached the quasi-monarch realm. Moreover, she still had room for improvement. Qinzong was happy for Yunyinshin due to all of these. There was no special reason. He was just happy. Senior Marshal Brother Fu and the other two have already gone out to gain experience. Junior Marshal Brother, are you planning to go out to gain experience as well? Yunyinshin sheathed her sword. Her slender, white, and jade-like fingers gently combed the hair on her temples. There was a peculiar kind of gentleness to her. Right now, I've reached the limit in all aspects. I need to gain more experience before I can take another step forward. Chunzong nodded and said, I still need to continue cultivating and reach the limit before I go out to gain experience. Yunyinshin said softly, Junior Marshal Brother, remember to be careful when you go out to gain experience. Your life comes first. Immediately, Yunyinshin took off the white ring on her finger and handed it to Qinzong. Junior Marshal Brother, this is the Flying Cloud artifact. It's a speed-type artifact. After activating it, you can reach the full speed of the 6th Heaven Saint realm for a short time, Yunyinshin said as she handed the Flying Cloud artifact to Qinzong. Senior Marshal Sister, I also have a Flying Cloud artifact ring. Qinzong showed the white ring on his finger and said with a smile, Don't worry, I cherish my life more than anyone else. Immediately, the two of them realized that their conversation was a bit strange. Qinzong couldn't help smiling, but he couldn't explain what he was feeling, while Yunyinshin nodded, her cheeks slightly blushing. Senior Marshal Sister, I'm leaving. See you later. Qinzong smiled and turned to leave. Yunyinshin stared at Qinzong's back as he left, standing there silently, her eyes as gentle as water. After a year of secluded cultivation, Qinzong had absorbed all his gains from his trip to the Ice Emperor's secret realm. His qi refining and body tempering had both made great progress, and his cultivation of Saint-grade martial arts had also improved greatly. Just as Qinzong had said, he had reached the limit in all aspects. Of course, this limit was not his true limit in the Transcendent Realm, but his current limit. Qinzong felt that there was still room for improvement in the Transcendent Realm. Therefore, he planned to go out to gain experience, sharpen himself, and further consolidate his foundation. The more solid one's foundation was, the more profound one's accumulation would be, and the greater the benefits after a breakthrough would be. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to improve. Each breakthrough required more time and energy. If one continued to consolidate their foundation to the limit when their cultivation was low, the speed of their breakthrough would skyrocket. Of course, this was the privilege of true geniuses. Those who were not geniuses would strive to break through as quickly as possible, because accumulation had no effect on them and would only waste more time. For this experiential learning, Qinzong planned to travel all the way through the sky-bearing upper region and visit other upper regions. 10 years of sword practice was the best way to travel 10,000 miles. I wonder who would win if I were to face an ordinary high-level half-saint with my current strength. Qinzong thought to himself as he left White Cloud Mountain. Although he had killed the Void Devil, which was equivalent to a high-level half-holy saint, it was under the condition that the Void Devil had exhausted a lot of its energy and wasn't at its peak. Although his strength had improved significantly compared to a year ago, Qinzong was not sure how strong a high-level half-saint at its peak would be. Whether he could contend against such a high-level half-saint was still unknown. According to the classification of geniuses in ancient times, those who could contend against an ordinary mid-level half-saint were called king grade. Some powerful king grade geniuses could even defeat an ordinary mid-level half-saint. As for the emperor grade, it was a higher level. The gap between them and the king grade was much greater than the gap between the king grade and the monarch grade. For example, the strength of a monarch grade genius was equivalent to an ordinary low-level half-saint and mid-level half-saint. A powerful monarch grade genius could even barely contend against an ordinary mid-level half-saint. An emperor grade genius could at least contend against an ordinary high-level half-saint. Powerful emperor grade geniuses could even defeat an ordinary high-level half-saint. If he had the strength to contend against an ordinary high-level half-saint, wouldn't it mean that he was not a king grade genius, but an emperor grade genius? Thinking of this, Chunzong couldn't help but tremble. An emperor grade genius was rare even in the ancient times when cultivation was flourishing. As for a super ancient genius above the emperor grade, it seemed to be a legend. The Great Abyss King had never seen one in his life. Recollecting his thoughts, Chunzong smiled lightly and quickly left the White Cloud Mountains territory, heading further away. Many years ago, Chunzong had also left White Cloud Mountain to gain experience. However, he had not gone far when a Myriad Treasure's secret realm opened. He had entered it and was forced to return to the Kanglan world with the Heart Sword Seal. Therefore, Chunzong was still unfamiliar with the Sky Pillar upper region. This time, Chunzong planned to properly travel and improve himself during his travels before entering other upper regions. The heavy dragon sword hung at his waist. As for the more powerful mountain beheading sword, he stored it in his storage ring. Chunzong didn't plan to use the mountain beheading sword in normal battles. In short, it was a small trump card. As for the flowing red flame sword, Chunzong gave it to White Cloud Mountain. After all, the flowing red flame sword was only a low-level half-saint weapon, while the mountain beheading sword was a more powerful mid-level half-saint weapon. With the mountain beheading sword, the flowing red flame sword was useless to Chunzong. It was better to give it to the sect and wait for a fated person. If people give me a peach, I'll return the favor with a plum. Since the Nirvana evil sword couldn't be stored in the storage ring, Chunzong wrapped it up and carried it on his back. Passing through forests and rivers, Chunzong went further and further away from White Cloud Mountain. Once again, he arrived at the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. If he continued forward, he would reach the Heaven Saber Pass. The Heaven Saber Pass was the boundary between the two realms. Crossing the Heaven Saber Pass meant entering another realm. The Heaven Saber Pass was a canyon. According to legend, it was formed many years ago when a master of the Saber Dao split the mountain with a single slash. Under the Heaven Saber Pass, several figures stood on one side. Their eyes were extremely sharp as they constantly stared at the people passing by. Generally, those who came out and entered the Heaven Saber Pass were accompanied by cultivators, at least in the Transcendent realm. Even if they were in the Foundation Establishment realm, they would be accompanied by masters. Chunzong walked over unhurriedly. He was about to enter the Heaven Saber Pass. Stop! Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of Chunzong. You're very suspicious. Hand over your storage ring and let me check it. Su Shixiao. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. The person who stopped him looked familiar. Chunzong thought for a moment and recalled that it was Su Shixiao who forced him to hand over his storage ring a few years ago in the Myriad Treasure's secret realm and tried to kill him. Chapter 1267. Su Shixiang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Chunzong, his gaze as sharp as a sword, seemingly wanting to pierce through Chunzong. He recognized Chunzong. Although it had been a few years, a cultivator's memory was very strong. Moreover, Chunzong had left a deep impression on Su Shixiang back in the 10,000 treasure sealed world. His appearance hadn't changed much over the years, so Su Shixiang was able to recognize him. It seems you still remember me, but this is not White Cloud Mountain. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Su Shixiang stared at Chunzong, his voice condensed into a thread as he spoke into Chunzong's ears, his voice filled with malice. Several other people also appeared beside Chunzong, forming a circle around Chunzong, their tyrannical auras locking onto Chunzong, making it seem like he would be unable to escape. There were a total of 5 people, and judging from their auras, Chunzong determined that one of them was a low-order half-saint, while the other 4 were peak 9th layer transcendent realm. Besides Su Shixiang, the other 3 peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators were relatively ordinary. Of course, they were relatively ordinary compared to Chunzong. There weren't many people entering and exiting the sealed world, so when they saw Chunzong being surrounded, they didn't know who he was, so they simply watched from afar. Hand over your storage ring and let us inspect it. The low-order half-saint stared at Chunzong, his voice rumbling like thunder. Regardless of why the other party wanted to inspect a storage ring was originally a personal item, and Chunzong's storage ring contained a large number of treasures and belongings. What Chunzong cared more about was his dignity. His storage ring was his, so how could he allow others to inspect it at will? Doing so would be trampling on his dignity. Get out of the way, Chunzong said indifferently, his tone cold. The treasure is definitely on him. Take it, Su Shixiang said immediately with a gloomy look in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a move. He opened his hand into a palm and slapped toward Chunzong as fast as the wind. Midway, he suddenly changed his move into a claw attack and fiercely grabbed at Chunzong's throat. The sharp claws were hard, forged from 1,000 refined steel, easily able to tear apart the sky and crush everything. After a few years, Su Shixiang's cultivation and strength had increased by a lot. He had become even more powerful and shocking. This was very normal. After all, Su Shixiang came from a 7-star family and was the young master of a family. His talent was also extraordinary. This blow made Chunzong estimate that if Su Shixiang's cultivation reached the true limit of the transcendent realm, he would be even stronger and qualified to be listed in the ancient era's genius rankings, the general level. Although the general level was the lowest level among geniuses, it was still something that many cultivators could only dream of. Generally speaking, there were 2 kinds of geniuses in the antiquity times. One kind had grades, and the other had no grades. Of the so-called grades, the lowest was the general realm. Without grades, they were not at the general realm, but there were still many outstanding people. Su Shixiang being able to reach the general realm was already very good. But even if Su Shixiang reached the Marquis realm, or even the Monarch realm, he would still not be Chunzong's opponent. Seeing Su Shixiang attack, the other 4 people did not move. They just blocked the way to prevent Chunzong from escaping. Su Shixiang, I didn't want to take the initiative to settle the grudge of that day with you. But since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Chunzong's expression did not change in the face of Su Shixiang's sharp claw attack. He spoke in neither fast nor slow pace. Soon after, he raised his left hand and slapped out. There was no aura fluctuation of chi refining, only an astonishing and incomparably powerful blazing aura. Fierce Mountain Palm. The skin of Chunzong's palm was filled with the terrifying fierce mountain dragon force, and his skin turned red. Watch out! The low-level half-saint's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He shouted in a low voice and fiercely blasted out his palm. His half-saint force surged, and his palm print was powerful and boundless. This palm print was extremely powerful, as if it could even shatter a mountain. But Chunzong's palm print did not change at all. It still blasted towards Su Shixiang. Chunzong had already decided to put aside the grudge of that day, but Su Shixiang was seeking his own death. Since that was the case, he would settle it once and for all. Repaying kindness and revenge, as one pleases, is the way of doing things. Boom! The 2 palm prints collided, and an extremely terrifying force burst out in all directions. It set off a blazing storm and shattered the ground. Chunzong's body shook slightly, but he did not retreat. The low-level half-saint's expression changed drastically. He took 3 steps back, leaving a deep footprint with each step. He also felt an indescribable heat constantly attacking his palm, as if it was going to burn and shatter his palm. Body refining cultivator, low-level half-saint. The low-level half-saint roared in his heart, and his expression became more and more unsightly. There were not many body refining cultivators, and those who could cultivate to the half-saint level were even fewer. They usually had a great background. This person did not look old, but he had such terrifying strength. It was very frightening. It could be guessed that he must be a genius from a powerful force. Among the powerful forces, the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect had amazing attainments in body refining. The Titan Soul Heavenly Sect was an 8-star force. Although the Sioux family was very strong, it was only a 7-star force. There was a huge gap between it and an 8-star force. Moreover, the people of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect were all warlike. Once their disciples, especially their important disciples, were killed, it would be a disaster for the Sioux family. How can he be so strong? Su Shixiang was shocked by the shocking momentum. His face was full of shock, and his eyes were dull. In his impression, this person had been hunted down by him. He did not expect that in just a few years, he would become so strong that he could fight a low-level half-saint without falling into a disadvantageous position. No, it was not as simple as not falling into a disadvantageous position. He seemed to have a slight advantage. After repelling the low-level half-saint with one palm, Chunzong sent out another palm. It was still the fierce mountain palm, but this time it was aimed at the stunned Su Shixiang. Stop! The expression of the low-level half-saint changed greatly. He immediately roared, and at the same time, he rushed forward and sent out a series of palm attacks. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he dodged the 2 palms of the low-level half-holy saint. The fierce mountain palm landed on Su Shixiang's chest, and the tyrannical and violent force exploded Su Shixiang's heart. His chest caved in, leaving behind a charred palm print. Su Shixiang's body trembled violently. Hot blood, mixed with the fragments of his heart, flowed out from his mouth. His eyes were red as he stared at Chunzong with disbelief. After killing Su Shixiang with a single palm strike, Chunzong felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart. You actually killed the young master. Even if you are from Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, you must die. The low-level half-saint's face changed greatly as he cried out in a bloodthirsty voice. He completely used his secret technique, causing an astonishing aura to spread out in all directions. The other 3 peak 9th Order Transcendent Realm Masters also attacked. In an instant, Chunzong fell into their encirclement. A disciple of Titan Soul Heavenly Sect. Chunzong couldn't help smiling when he heard this. It seemed that his display of body-tempering strength had misled the other party into thinking he was a disciple of Titan Soul Heavenly Sect. However, Chunzong had no intention of explaining because there was no need to. If the Su family wanted to take revenge and find trouble with Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, then so be it. With the Su family strength, they were definitely not Titan Soul Heavenly Sect's opponent. If they angered Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, they might be uprooted. Just now, Chunzong had used his body-tempering strength to fight the enemy because he wanted to test it out. Now that he knew, he didn't intend to hold back. Pointing his finger like a sword, Chunzong slashed out, and a sharp sword light tore through the sky, instantly tearing apart the low-level half-saint's attack. The sword light circled around, and in the eyes of the spectators in the distance, it looked like an illusion, appearing suddenly and disappearing quickly. Taking a step forward, Chunzong's figure flew like the wind and entered the heavenly blade pass, disappearing before everyone's eyes. A line of blood appeared on the necks of the 4 figures as they fell to the ground. Dead. Including Su Shixiang, the 5 masters from the Su family, a 7-star force, were all dead. Dead. Everyone watching the battle from afar was dumbfounded. They thought it would be a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. Who was that man? I don't know. He looked very young, but his strength was so great. He should be a genius from a great force, at least an 8-star one. Idiot, didn't you hear? That man is a genius from Titan Soul Heavenly Sect. This Su family is so arrogant. They kicked an iron plate this time. It's good that they died. Everyone is satisfied. Let's go quickly, otherwise, when the Su family's masters come, none of us will be able to escape. This person was a wise man, and as soon as he spoke, he immediately rushed towards the heavenly blade pass. The Su family was a very overbearing family, acting arrogantly. If the masters came, they would definitely be captured and interrogated, or even killed. Considering all this, each of them panicked, fearing they would be captured, so they all rushed toward the heavenly blade pass at full speed. About a quarter of an hour later, 3 tyrannical auras flew over. Impressively, 3 Saint Realm Masters had arrived. The 3 Saint Realm Masters landed and swept their eyes over the scene, eventually landing on Su Shixiang's corpse. Shi Xiang, who was it? Who dared to kill my Su family's young master? The 3 Saint Realm Masters were all from the Su family, and they had rushed over because Su Shixiang's life lamp had been extinguished. Shi Xiang was killed by a fire attribute body-tempering dragon force, so the killer should be a body-tempering cultivator. One of the Saint Realm Masters was the calmest, and after a careful examination said, "But these 4 died under a sword, so there should be 2 killers." What they didn't know was that there was only 1 killer. The aura disappeared from inside the Heavenly Blade Pass, so the killer must have entered the Heavenly Blade Pass. Chase. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 collected the corpses of Su Shixiang and the other 4 before immediately rushing into the Heavenly Blade Pass to hunt down the killer. After all, when fighting, there would always be a residual aura. No matter how weak it was, the Saint Realm Masters would be able to perceive it and pursue it. Chunzong's speed was extremely fast. More than a quarter of an hour was enough for him to fly far away. After all, Chunzong's speed was comparable to an ordinary mid-order half-saint, and Chunzong had deliberately restrained his aura fluctuations to confuse them, so the Su family's 3 Saint Realm Masters were unable to pursue him. On the contrary, some of the bystanders were captured alive. Giant Soul Heavenly Sex Disciple. The 3 Saint Realm Masters all wore dignified expressions after forcing out this information. Chapter 1268. In the Lingwu Sacred World, with the Tianyuan Sacred Region as the center, there were 4 upper regions around it. However, there was a huge chasm between them and the Tianyuan Sacred Region. West of the Sky Pillar Upper Region was the true Martial Upper Region. Chunzong headed west. In the past year, apart from cultivating in seclusion to improve his cultivation base and strength, Chunzong did not neglect other aspects. He had a more detailed understanding of the 4 upper regions. The 4 upper regions were the Sky Pillar Upper Region, the True Martial Upper Region, the Eternal Upper Region, and the Profound Upper Region. Originally, there was no such thing as the Tianyuan Sacred Region and the 4 upper regions. It all originated from the ancient war when the Void Fiends invaded the Lingwu Sacred World and caused too much destruction. That was how the Tianyuan Sacred Region and the 4 upper regions were divided. The Sky Pillar Upper Region was the most average among the 4 upper regions. It had all aspects, but was relatively balanced. There was nothing outstanding about it. The true Martial Upper Region specialty was its martial Dao. It was more outstanding than the Sky Pillar Upper Region. As for how outstanding it was, Chunzong did not see it with his own eyes and could not say for sure. He could only rely on written records. On the other hand, the Eternal Upper Region had more physique refinement cultivators. The number of physique refinement cultivators was no less than chi refinement cultivators. In other words, the Eternal Upper Region was a paradise for physique refinement cultivators. Chunzong yearned to go there. However, he had to pass through the true Martial Upper Region if he wanted to go to the Eternal Upper Region. The returning Profound Upper Territory focused on the comprehension of the realms and the profound mysteries, such as the cultivation realms and the development of the transcendent secret forces. In short, apart from the Sky Pillar Upper Region, the other 3 upper regions had their own outstanding aspects. The 3 upper regions were very attractive to Chunzong. Chunzong wanted to go there and experience it to improve himself. However, he had to start from the true Martial Upper Region. The true Martial Upper Region bordered the Sky Pillar Upper Region and was easier to reach. Along the way, Chunzong comprehended the Heart Sword Sutra in addition to traveling. He crossed mountains, crossed rivers, and crossed forests. Sometimes they would encounter some dangers, but with Chunzong's current strength, as long as they were not a true Saint Realm Master, it would be difficult for them to pose a real threat to Chunzong. Chunzong wasn't stupid enough to go looking for trouble with a Saint Realm Master. There was a huge gap between the half-step Saint Realm and Saint Realm. No matter how strong he wasn't a match for an early First Heaven Saint Realm Master. Of course, Chunzong had a life-saving trump card, but it was not necessary. It was better to keep it. After all, using a life-saving trump card to kill a Saint Realm Master wouldn't have much of an effect on him. Under normal circumstances, a Saint Realm Master would not take action to deal with a Transcendent or even a half-saint. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Chunzong advanced at an astonishing speed, crossing more than half of the Sky Pillar upper region and heading west towards the true Martial upper region. In the past month, although Chunzong's strength had not improved much, his state of mind had broadened a lot. Heavenly Forest City. This was a huge city, and it was also the first city Chunzong stepped into this month. After living in the open for a month, Chunzong longed for good wine and food. Skyforest City was surrounded by towering trees, as if it was a city standing tall in an ancient forest. It had its own unique characteristics. When Chunzong stepped into the vicinity of Skyforest City, he could feel that the air was extremely fresh, and the air was filled with the fragrance of plants and trees. This was a city suitable for living. Chunzong strolled through the wide streets. There were many lush trees planted on both sides of the street. Shaolin Restaurant. It was a very common name, but Chunzong found out that this was the most famous restaurant in Heavenly Forest City. There was no other restaurant. Naturally, Chunzong came here because of its reputation. Shaolin Restaurant had 9 floors. Anyone could enter the first to third floors, but only Transcendent Realm cultivators were qualified to enter the 4th to 6th floors. As for the 7th to 9th floors, one needed to be at least a half-saint to enter. Chunzong only stepped into the 6th floor, not the 7th. Of course, if Chunzong wanted to, it would not be difficult for him to step into the 7th floor. He was only here to eat, so there was no need for him to do so. After ordering a table of good wine and food, Chunzong slowly enjoyed it. Drinking wine and eating food was also a kind of enjoyment. It was a way to relax while cultivating. Everyone had their own way of relaxing. For Chunzong, good wine and food were good ways to relax. While enjoying wine and food, Chunzong also listened to the conversations of others. An auction. Chunzong's expression changed slightly. Maybe I could go take a look. Maybe there would be something suitable for him at the auction. Even if there wasn't, it would be a good way to relax. The auction would be held 3 days later. After eating wine and food, Chunzong strolled around Heavenly Forest City, appreciating the unique scenery of this city. The way of cultivation was to have a balance between tension and relaxation. Too much tension would lead to collapse, and too much would lead to dispersal. Having a balance between tension and relaxation would allow one to cultivate better. Chunzong had been cultivating in seclusion for a year. Most of the time, Chunzong was tense. Going out to gain experience was a kind of balance between tension and relaxation. However, going through mountains and forests for a month was also tense. After entering the city, he rested for a while. His whole body relaxed and felt comfortable. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring when he was tired. His fatigue gradually disappeared. Of course, this relaxation was not relaxation. It was 2 different concepts. During these 3 days, Chunzong did not stop cultivating. However, his current cultivation could only be maintained and could not be improved. Therefore, Chunzong strolled around Heavenly Forest City to his heart's content. It was as if he was an ordinary person walking around to appreciate the scenery. His state of mind was also improving bit by bit. 3 days later, the auction would begin. The participants would need to show their financial resources. Chunzong's financial resources were naturally not a problem. After entering the auction and showing his financial resources, Chunzong obtained a VIP seat and an independent box. While eating fruits, Chunzongo looked at the auction items. He didn't make a move. It wasn't that he couldn't make a move, but he didn't want to. Although the items being auctioned were good, they weren't good enough for him. Now, we will auction 10 places, the auctioneer said loudly, arousing everyone's surprise and interest. Places? What kind of places could be auctioned? These places are places to enter a sealed world, the auctioneer said again. Everyone's interest was piqued. A sealed world. It often meant an opportunity. A place to enter a sealed world. Chunzong was also interested. According to the person who auctioned the places, this sealed world has a heavenly rare flame. It may be a heavenly rare flame. The auctioneer's eyes flashed. His words shocked everyone. A heavenly rare flame. This was already very attractive. A heavenly rare flame was more than 10 times more attractive. Even a Saint Realm cultivator would be tempted. After all, a heavenly rare flame was equivalent to a Saint Realm cultivator. However, a heavenly rare flame was extremely rare. The possibility was very low. It was more likely to be an earth rare flame. A heavenly rare flame. Chunzong's eyes flashed. His back was as straight as a sword, and a sharp aura rippled out in an instant. Fortunately, Chunzong reacted in time and quickly retracted it, so it did not spread outside the room and startle the others. Chunzong had seen the power of a heavenly rare flame with his own eyes. The crimson shadow nether flame that King Eclipse used that day was extremely powerful. If it were not for King Eclipse's rough control of it, he would have had to use the blood-dripping sword seal. Moreover, he had the purple cloud black star flame, but the potential of the purple cloud black star flame was 9th grade earth rare flame. It was difficult to improve it. Therefore, it needed to devour other earth rare flames to have a chance of breaking through the limit and becoming a heavenly rare flame. If he could find a heavenly rare flame and refine it, he could also devour the purple cloud black star flame. All in all, this was also a way to increase his strength. If he could obtain a heavenly rare flame, he might have another means to fight against Saint Realm Masters. Therefore, Chunzong was very interested in this sealed world entry. But there is one thing, and that is the restriction of cultivation. The auctioneer continued. This sealed world can only be entered by transcendence. The bidder hopes that the cultivation of those who bid for this entry can reach the limit of the transcendence. The stronger, the better, because the sealed world is dangerous. No one was surprised by such a request. It was normal, but any sealed world would definitely be dangerous, so it was normal to have a cultivation restriction. Therefore, under the restriction of cultivation, the stronger one was the better. Only then would one be able to obtain treasures through danger. Now, the bidding for the first entry to the sealed world begins. The starting price is 1,000 high-rank source stones. Each increment must be no less than 100. The auctioneer's hammer fell. 1,000 high-rank source stones was an astonishing price. Most transcendents couldn't afford it. Even some half-saints might not be able to afford it. Those who could afford it were either very strong in the transcendence realm and could obtain more wealth, or had a very high background and family background. 1,100. Someone immediately called out. 1,200. After a slight pause, someone immediately increased the price. 2,000. Chunzong bid, directly adding 800 high-rank source stones. In Chunzong's opinion, this sealed world was something he was interested in. The competition for the first entry out of the 10 was usually relatively peaceful. The further one went, the more intense the competition would be. Therefore, it was better to increase the price and win it. Sure enough, 2,000 high-rank source stones shocked the others. However, such a price was nothing to Chunzong. One had to know that Chunzong's accumulated wealth was astonishing. Especially after killing Flowing Light Lord, Chunzong obtained over 10,000 high-rank source stones and some top-quality source stones from his storage ring. Combined with what he originally had, he had more than 15,000 high-rank source stones. At Chunzong's cultivation level, high-rank source stones were of little use to him. It didn't matter whether he kept them or not. It was better to use them and exchange them for things he needed. With 2,000 high-rank source stones, Chunzong immediately obtained one entry to the sealed world. The second entry was also auctioned, with the highest price being 1,800. The third entry was 1,900. The highest bid for the fourth slot was 2,000 yuan. The fifth entry to the 10th entry had a highest price between 2,000 and 2,300. Those who bid for the first 10 entries were each given a token and a piece of paper. The token was black and shaped like a regular prism with a burning flame pattern on it. Chapter 1269. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before dawn, Chunzong had already set off for the Thousand Forest Hall. As soon as he set off, Chunzong also felt a faint aura following him, as if they were following him. This was within his expectations. After all, it was a sealed world. There were often treasures in sealed worlds. Moreover, it was likely that there would be world spirit flames. For Saint Realm Masters, world spirit flames were nothing. They couldn't directly increase their strength. Even if they couldn't obtain it, it was still a kind of capital and wealth. If it was a world spirit flame, it would be amazing. Once it was refined, it would immediately increase one's strength. Treasures move people's hearts. Those who didn't bid for a spot naturally didn't want to let it go. Therefore, they kept an eye on those who obtained a spot to enter the sealed world. When they moved, they would immediately chase after them. Chunzong didn't care too much about it. This was Heavenly Forest City. Heavenly Forest City was a city with good public security. It had clear and strict rules. No fighting was allowed in the city. Otherwise, the Heavenly Forest Iron Guards of Heavenly Forest City would let you know what regret was. The city lord of Heavenly Forest City was a powerful late Saint Realm Master. The Heavenly Forest Iron Guards were also very strong. They had many Saint Realm Masters and many half-step Saint Realm Masters. They were also good at battle formations. Their strength was very terrifying. After entering Heavenly Forest City, one had to abide by the rules of Heavenly Forest City. As long as it didn't violate the rules, Heavenly Forest City Lord's Mansion wouldn't care about what you did. The Thousand Forest Hall was a very famous entertainment venue in Skyforest City. It was a place where one could spend money. Here, one could drink fine wine, see beautiful women, and bet fights that would make one's eyes turn red. As soon as Chunzong stepped into the Thousand Forest Hall, the token in his hand suddenly reacted and guided Chunzong in the direction he should go. The Thousand Forest Hall was very big and had many areas. It was like a maze. If one wasn't familiar with it or didn't have a guide, it was possible to get lost. Following the token's guidance, Chunzong stopped in front of a closed door after many twists and turns. "Please come in." A gentle voice, like a spring breeze blowing across a lake, came from inside the door. Chunzong pushed the door open and walked in. There were 5 figures inside, and their eyes all fell on Chunzong's face. The auras radiating from these 5 people were all at the peak of the transcendent realm, none of them weak. The person who spoke was a young man. He had a warm smile on his face like a spring breeze, giving people a good impression of him. And this person also seemed to be the leader. "Please take a seat. I'll tell you in detail when the others arrive," the young man with a warm smile said to Chunzong in a gentle tone. Chunzong sat down, but he didn't intend to greet the others. The other 4 also didn't intend to greet Chunzong. They all lived in peace. Time passed slowly, and the other 5 people arrived one after another, stepping into the room. "Now that everyone is here, I will explain our trip to you." The young man still had a warm smile on his face. "First, I'll introduce myself. My name is Yang Lin, and my cultivation is at the peak of the transcendent realm. However, my strength is more than double that of an ordinary peak transcendent realm master." This kind of self-introduction made everyone feel a bit interested. "As for my age and the secret art and martial art I cultivate, that's a secret I believe everyone can understand," Yang Lin said jokingly. "The sealed world we're going to enter is called the Flame Ancient Tomb. It was left behind by an ancient master. I obtained the key to enter by chance, and have entered it once before, but the dangers inside are too great for me to pass through on my own. However, according to what I know from exploring the Enflame ancient tomb, besides me, only 10 people can enter, including me. Only 11 people have a chance of entering the Enflame ancient tomb and obtaining the treasures inside. But I can't just go out on the street and announce that I know of a sealed world and that I can provide entry points. Otherwise, I'll either be treated as a madman or captured alive by a master. Therefore, I've decided to auction off these entry points. Besides everyone here, no one else knows what I look like. Being able to bid for entry points at such a high price, I believe everyone here isn't ordinary. If we join forces, we'll be able to pass through the Enflame ancient tomb and obtain the treasures inside. Brother Yonglin, is there a world spirit flame inside the Enflame ancient tomb? A square-faced young man asked in a deep voice. According to my speculation, there's an 80 to 90% chance that there is, but the probability of it being an earth spirit flame is relatively high, while the probability of it being a heaven spirit flame is extremely low. Yonglin responded seriously, immediately smiling. What the auctioneer says at an auction is bound to be a bit exaggerated. Everyone, for this trip to the Enflame ancient tomb, I have a request. Yonglin once again became serious, his eyes shining as he glanced at the crowd. I need that world spirit flame, and I hope everyone can help me obtain it. As compensation, I will return all the upper-grade primordial stones you bid for, and I don't want any of the other treasures in the Enflame ancient tomb. If you agree, then you can set off afterwards. If you don't, please leave your tokens, and I will return the primordial stones to you. Immediately, everyone fell silent, as if they were thinking about something, weighing the pros and cons. Although I can't obtain the world spirit flame, I believe there should be other good treasures in the Enflame ancient tomb. Of course I'll go. Not long after, some people expressed their opinions. Soon after, everyone expressed their opinions. They could give up the world's spirit flame, but the other treasures would belong to them. As for how to distribute them, it was up to the 10 of them to decide. All right, thank you everyone. Yonglin heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, although he agreed on the surface, who knew what he was thinking in his heart? Shenzong didn't say anything, quietly observing. Yonglin was very modest and amiable, but Shenzong, who had comprehended the mystery of the heart sword, felt a little different. He vaguely felt that Yonglin wasn't like this. It seemed that this trip wasn't as simple as it seemed. Before arriving here, everything was normal. However, after coming here and experiencing it with his own eyes, Shenzong felt that this Yonglin was somewhat fake. Moreover, this trip would be dangerous. This kind of danger wasn't the so-called danger of entering the secret territory, but something else. After comprehending the mystery of the heart sword, Shenzong's perception of danger had become even more profound. Since there was danger, Shenzong decided to withdraw. Perhaps there would be some gains, but it could also be a conspiracy. Combining all the previous conditions, every word Yonglin said, and the feelings in the depths of his heart, Shenzong decided to withdraw. Although he had many trump cards, he couldn't be sure how dangerous it was. Perhaps it was within his range of resistance. Combined with Yonglin's words, the possibility wasn't small, but it could also be beyond his ability to resist. In a world of cultivation, the more one cultivated, the higher one's cultivation, and the more one saw, the more one realized how insignificant one was. The world was too big, and there were too many tricks. No one could understand everything. Even a supreme expert could be injured or even killed because of a moment of carelessness. Shenzong's purpose was to go to the Zhenwu upper domain to gain experience. This so-called secret territory was just an experience on the way. He could have it or give it up. Even if there really was a rare flame of heaven and earth, there was no need to take the risk of a conspiracy. Danger existed in many places. Some dangers had to be taken, but some could be avoided if possible, especially if there was a conspiracy. Brother Yonglin, I'll withdraw, Shenzong quickly said after thinking about it. Immediately, the other 9 were stunned. The smile on Yonglin's face froze in an instant. A cold and ferocious light flashed in the depths of his narrowed eyes. Then he smiled again. Friend, Why are you withdrawing? Do you want the rare flame of heaven and earth too? That's a bit difficult. After all, the rare flame of heaven and earth is what I need. Yang Lin seemed to be vexed as he muttered to himself, "Friend, how about I compensate you with 1,000 upper-grade primordial stones?" As he spoke, Yang Lin slowly walked forward. He raised his hands and spread out his 10 slender fingers. In the next breath, his 10 fingers bent and formed a handprint. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy aura swept out. The tokens in everyone's hands released a mysterious and cold aura that wrapped around everyone in an instant. It was too fast, faster than his reaction time. Shenzong's expression changed slightly. He immediately gathered his strength and was about to shatter the gloomy aura when he disappeared in an instant. Along with him, the other 9 disappeared. It was as if they had entered a dark place where they couldn't even see their own fingers. Their bodies fell uncontrollably as if they were about to fall into a bottomless abyss. In the side room, Yang Lin opened his eyes, which were filled with coldness and ferocity. There was no smile on his face. "You want to withdraw? You almost made me fail. Damn it." As he spoke, Yang Lin formed a handprint with his hands. His body faded and disappeared. His aura disappeared? What's going on? There were many people lurking outside the side room, all of them paying attention to the situation. After all, they were very interested in the secret realm, especially the rare flame of heaven and earth. Although they couldn't enter, they might be able to find the secret realm as long as they followed these people. When the time came, they could intercept and kill them. They didn't expect the aura to disappear. With a bang, the door was knocked open. There was no one inside. Gone? Gone. Where are they? Where did they go? Did they come out? No. The door hasn't opened since they entered. These people were destined to never find any trace of the 11 people. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like a long time. The 10 people stood on the ground one after another, surrounded by darkness. Then, faint green flames spread out and illuminated the surroundings. Everything was dyed in a layer of greenish-gray, exuding an indescribable chill. There were 10 lamps, distributed on the walls in a regular pattern. The walls were also very strange, being in the shape of a decagon. In other words, the ground under Chun Zong's group was decagonal. On each side of the wall, there were lamps 4 meters high that looked like will-o'-the-wisps. It wasn't big, only about 100 meters in radius and 5 meters in height. Where is this? Is this the Yin Flame Tomb? Where's Yang Lin? They spoke one after another and searched around. Chapter 1270. Yang Lin's voice seemed to come from all directions. It complemented the eerie glow of the flames, making the place even more eerie and terrifying. "Yang Lin, get out here!" someone shouted angrily. Judging from the current situation, it was obvious that something was wrong. "Don't be hasty. I'm not done yet." Yang Lin's voice sounded again. "The fire of heaven and earth here isn't the fire of earth. It's a fire of heaven. It's a bit incomplete, but it's still a fire of heaven." Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard that. They couldn't help but feel excited. A fire of heaven. Even if it was an incomplete fire of heaven, it was still more valuable than a fire of earth. Moreover, as long as they could find a fire of earth and devour it, they would be able to make up for it. Shenzong kept looking around, not missing a single spot. However, he didn't find anything special. "I needed your consent to bring you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do it if you'd resisted." Yang Lin seemed to be talking to himself. "Fortunately, most of you agreed. Only one of you wanted to back out. I was lucky enough to act in time to bring you here. Enjoy yourselves from now on." His voice fell silent, as if it had never been heard. However, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Whoosh! The 10 lamps on the 10 walls burned fiercely as if they had been doused with oil. The decagonal floor shook and cracked open in the center. A decagonal altar slowly rose from the ground. The eerie, chilling aura grew thicker and thicker, making everyone's hearts palpitate. "What the hell is this place?" Everyone panicked. "Don't panic. Break the wall. A steady voice sounded. Powerful spiritual energy gathered and exploded in an instant, forming a shocking punch. It smashed into one of the walls with earth-shattering force. Break the wall and get out of here. With a boom, the punch shattered the wall. However, the wall remained unscathed. Only the shockwave from the punch continued to sweep away. This scene immediately caused the fist fighter to become sluggish. How is this possible? He knew full well the power of his punch. How could a mere wall block it? It would have been fine if it had blocked it, but it didn't even leave a mark. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to break the wall. Yang Lin's voice sounded again. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. There was no trace of his previous warmth. However, the crowd refused to believe it. They unleashed all their strength and bombarded the wall continuously. However, they were unable to cause any damage to the wall. Shenzong struck out with his palm. His palm print was as big as a mountain, condensing an astonishing amount of heat. It was the burning mountain palm. This palm had the strength of a low-level half-saint. Boom! The scorching mountain palm directly bombarded the wall, creating an astonishing sound. The incomparably terrifying chi wave was incomparably hot, as if it could burn everything. It then vibrated and rushed out, creating layers of ripples. The wall seemed to tremble slightly, and a dull sound spread out. A shocking force made Chunzong's hand go numb. Chunzong raised his hand and looked at the wall. It was also intact, which shocked him. Even a grade 7 spirit artifact would be shattered by this palm strike. Even a grade 8 spirit artifact would not be able to withstand it and would be damaged. However, this wall was actually undamaged. I've said it before, don't waste your energy. Yang Lin's annoying voice rang out again. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The rising decagonal altar opened, and a figure sitting cross-legged slowly rose up. Chunzong glanced over and stared at the figure. He saw that the figure was covered in a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. It seemed that there was darkness under the face. However, from the outline of the black robe, it could be seen that the figure was very thin, as if he was only skin and bones. A cold and deathly aura constantly diffused from the figure sitting there. It was as if a deathly cold wind was blowing, causing the crowd to tremble unconsciously. "Kill him," another person roared. He immediately changed his target and attacked the figure sitting there. Perhaps the source of all this was here. Boom! The power of the blow was astonishing. It instantly bombarded the figure sitting there, as if it could shatter the figure in the next breath. Just as the blow was about to hit the figure sitting there, a skinny bird claw-like hand stretched out from the wide sleeve of the black robe and directly caught the blow. With a shake, it immediately scattered the opponent's power and threw him away. His body crashed into the wall and made a dull sound. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. "Don't worry, you will all die soon." A dark and cramped voice suddenly sounded. It was like the sharp sound of broken metal pieces rubbing against each other. It was also hoarse like the sound of dead wood being knocked on. It was extremely ear-piercing to the ears of the crowd, like a blunt saw cutting their eardrums. "What the hell are you? Die!" The violent roar sounded like a clap of thunder. The long spear shook, and the body of the spear spun wildly, like a poisonous dragon breaking through the air. The spear seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth as it blasted towards the figure sitting there. However, the tip of the spear was caught by a skinny bird claw. With a light shake, the body of the spear trembled slightly. The person seemed to have lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. "Keek, since you can't wait, I will grant you the honor of becoming one with me." A strange laughter sounded. The person's black robe fluttered as if a strong wind was blowing. The green flames on the tin walls became more and more intense. They instantly left the lamps and flew into the air. There seemed to be a distorted face in each flame. The mouth opened like a deep black hole and made an indescribable sound. It seemed to be soundless and nothing could be heard. It also seemed to be incomparably mournful, causing people to tremble in fear. Immediately, an invisible force fluctuated in all directions, causing everyone to feel dizzy and cold, as if it was emerging from the depths of their souls. Spiritual attack. Shenzong's heart was heavy. Shenzong's powerful soul and sharp spiritual will allowed him to feel a cold and invisible force rushing towards him. It wanted to shake his spiritual will, but for Shenzong, this level of impact was far from enough. However, for the other 9 people, it was enough to affect them, making them feel dizzy and cold from the depths of their souls. 10 directions, evil refining formation. Activate. The skinny figure formed a seal with both of his hands. A dark gray light appeared and suddenly pressed towards the altar below him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An ear-piercing sound was heard. The fluctuation spread, and rays of light bloomed around the altar. There were 10 rays in total, and each ray of light was a unique mark. They looked very complicated and emitted an incomparably evil aura. Come, your flesh and blood, your souls, all of them belong to me. Merge into my body. The words of a madman were heard. The skinny figure opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace everything and make everything his. 10 rays of flames instantly merged into the 10 marks. The faint blue light shone brightly, covering all directions and wrapping up everything. In an instant, a tyrannical suction force spread out, entangling Chunzong and the other 9 people like 10 invisible ropes. With a sudden force, Chunzong and the other 9 people were pulled towards the altar. In the process of pulling, Chunzong could feel a terrible force constantly invading and spreading throughout his body. What's going on? Get out of here. 2 of the 9 people woke up in an instant and immediately felt a strange force invading their bodies. Their faces changed greatly, and they roared loudly. At the same time, they burst out with tyrannical spiritual power, trying to crush the force invading their bodies. However, their eruption of power could not do anything to the force at all. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was useless. The 9 people kept wailing and enduring extreme pain, because the force in their bodies, their flesh, and even their souls were being pulled out of their bodies by a terrible force. Chunzong also felt it, but Chunzong could not bear it. This level of force was not very strong for Chunzong. Cut! The heavy dragon sword was unsheathed, and the force invading his body was also shattered by Chunzong. The pitch-black sword light was like a crescent moon breaking through the sky. With amazing sharpness and vigor, it slashed toward the skinny figure sitting on the altar. The skinny figure was suddenly shocked. Feeling the extraordinary power of this sword, he immediately waved his sleeves and blasted out a vigorous force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was like a roaring sea, vigorous, majestic, and incomparably cold. The sword light was instantly shattered. Chunzong felt an amazing force bombarding him. It was like a roaring sea of ice, and he was forced to retreat several steps. So strong. Chunzong was secretly surprised. Although he had not used his full strength in that sword strike just now, its power was still not something an ordinary low-order half-saint could resist, yet had actually been defeated and he had been forced to retreat. The power of that blow was at least on the level of a mid-order half-saint. As for that attack, Chunzong could tell that it wasn't the full strength of his opponent. He was still holding back. A strong opponent. This is a strong opponent. Chunzong was extremely vigilant. How can he be so strong? Yang Lin, who was lurking in the dark, was even more shocked. The reason he had taken out the 10 quotas to auction, in addition to selecting 10 powerful transcendents, was to earn some high-rank source stones to cultivate. 10 quotas had been auctioned off for more than 20,000 high-rank source stones. If he used them well, it would be enough for him to break through to the half-saint realm and become even stronger. Yang Lin had not expected that one of the 10 transcendents would be so powerful. Yang Lin suddenly became worried and regretted taking out the quotas to auction. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done so. Now, he could only hope that his master could kill this man. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Jia. Not bad. I didn't expect that slave Yang would be able to trick a genius like you into coming here." The skinny figure seemed to be overjoyed. "This senior can feel the powerful vitality and soul contained in your body. As long as I absorb your soul, flesh, and blood, this senior will be able to restore 10% of his strength." A terrifying aura spread out and a cold wind howled, as if ghosts were weeping. In an instant, it was as if they had entered a ghostly realm, causing everyone present to shiver. Under this terrifying momentum, the 9 people one by one trembled and fell to the ground, unable to resist at all. Chapter 1271. Asterisk calm. Asterisk, an incomparably shocking aura suddenly erupted from the figure sitting there. It was as if a 1,000-year-old volcano had erupted in a single day. It was incomparably shocking. However, that aura was extremely dark and cold. It was like maggots in one's bones, causing one's entire body to feel cold. It was extremely terrifying. The sound of howling ghosts and weeping ghosts filled the air as the ghost realm enveloped Chunzong, creating a sea of illusions. Pale, twisted, and hideous faces appeared one after another in front of Chunzong's eyes. From the darkness, a pale, withered ghost claw silently reached out and grabbed towards Chunzong's chest, as if it wanted to pierce through and crush Chunzong's heart in one fell swoop. Chunzong's powerful perception allowed him to instantly sense that the ghostly faces were illusory, but the ghostly claw was real. Raising his left hand, Chunzong sent out a palm strike. Scorching mountain palm. Scorching hot, scorching mountain dragon power condensed on his palm, and the power of the purple cloud black star flame was also mobilized. Against this kind of power, Chunzong's blazing blood vitality had a suppressive effect. So with the addition of the blazing dragon power and purple cloud black star flame, the ghost claw was instantly destroyed. Good, good, good. The figure sitting there became more and more excited because he felt the aura of the earth flame fluctuating. At first, he had asked Yang to find people to enter the ghost realm with the purpose of devouring their souls and flesh to restore himself. But because the gap between him and his peak was too great, he had limited his cultivation to the limit of the transcendent realm, which would be easy to deal with and restore some of his strength after absorbing their souls. After all, he didn't have much strength left, so it was best not to consume it as much as possible and focus on restoring himself. After restoring some of his strength, he could gradually bring in more powerful cultivators to further devour and absorb their souls. Finally, he could even open the Een Flame ancient tomb and allow some weaker Saint Realm masters to enter and devour their flesh and souls until he fully recovered. This was the plan, carried out step by step to perfection, and when he fully recovered, his strength would be unimaginable. Chunzong had never expected that just as the first step of his plan was being carried out, one of the 10 transcendent realm masters his servant had brought to the ghost realm was so special. Not only did this ghost realm master possess extremely vigorous vitality, but he also possessed a powerful soul and the earth flame. This was a great tonic for him. Since it was a great tonic, he could only consume more energy to suppress it. When the time came, he could refine and absorb it, and his strength would recover at least 10%. The recovery of 10% of his strength was in the second and third steps of his plan. His increasingly tyrannical aura burst out, intending to suppress Chunzong in one fell swoop to prevent him from exhausting too much of his strength. The shriveled claw suddenly swelled up and grabbed at the air. It was as if it was trying to catch the moon in the water as it grabbed at Chunzong. The surrounding space instantly froze, and an extremely terrifying pressure pressed down from all directions, binding Chunzong's body and making him unable to move for a moment. This kind of pressure was actually much stronger than that of the void, evil demonic draconian he had encountered in the illusory battle of the evil demons in the Ice Imperial Palace. Explode. Chi and blood eruption. Lai Shan's dragon force exploded. Super spiritual energy explosion. 3 layers of power erupted, like an ancient volcano erupting, releasing an extremely terrifying power that instantly shattered the binding force. The heavy dragon sword returned to its scabbard, and an even larger and heavier sword appeared in Chunzong's hand. As soon as it appeared, it released an astonishing sword pressure that suppressed all directions. Mountain Beheading Sword. The power of the Mountain Beheading Sword was far greater than that of the heavy dragon sword, making Chunzong's strength even more tyrannical. Heart Sword Domain. Everything within a 4-meter radius was under his control. 10 shadows, 10 blades, slaughter. Chunzong's body disappeared under the claw and transformed into a sword light that shot out, approaching the slumped figure. A powerful and incomparably sharp sword light pierced through the air. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The power of this sword strike was extremely terrifying, reaching the level of a high-order half-saint, causing the slumped figure to be shocked. He had never imagined that this person's strength would be so terrifying. Damn it, you're actually so strong that I have no choice but to use more of my strength. The slumped figure was flustered and exasperated. Originally, using the strength of a high-order half-saint was already a huge drain on him. However, now that his opponent's strength had reached the level of a high-order half-saint, it was impossible to suppress him. He had to use more strength. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk this time, he directly used all of his strength, reaching the first Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Although the first Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was the lowest level of the Saint Rudiment stage, there was an obvious gap between it and the half-saint realm. The extremely tyrannical aura suppressed Chunzong, causing him to almost suffocate. The astonishing power restrained every part of his body, making it difficult for him to move. The eerie ghost realm, the ghostly shadows, and a mournful ghost wail constantly attacked Chunzong's soul, shaking Chunzong's blood and chi. Chunzong's strength was even more terrifying than an ordinary First Heaven Saint Rudiment stage expert. The 9 people who were piled up in the corner were completely paralyzed, like snakes that had their spines pulled out. They couldn't move and were terrified. They had never imagined that this entry to the sealed world, which should have allowed them to obtain all kinds of benefits and resources in order to become stronger, would turn out to be the opposite. It was a huge conspiracy that contained unimaginable dangers. Right now, they could only pin their hopes on that person. They hoped that he could defeat this terrifying powerhouse and be saved. Otherwise, they would all die here. Just dying wasn't enough. They would be devoured by this terrifying powerhouse and die. Just thinking about it made their hair stand on end. Chunzong used all of his strength, pushing his heart sword domain to the limit to resist the suppression of this aura. Back in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Chunzong had used his heart sword domain to resist the aura of the Crimson Shadow nether fire summoned by King Eclipse. However, Chunzong now discovered that the aura of a true Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was even more mysterious and terrifying. His heart sword domain could only resist a little. A claw tore through the air, surrounded by faint blue flames, as if it was tearing through space. This attack intended to severely injure Chunzong first, so that it would be easier to suppress him. It would be fine as long as he didn't die, because if he died, the effect of the absorption would be greatly reduced. If the effect of such a great tonic was reduced, the loss would not be small. Therefore, he tried to keep him alive. As long as he was alive, it didn't matter if he was seriously injured or on the verge of death. The aura of this claw was extremely terrifying, as if the claw of an evil spirit had reached out from hell, bringing death with it. Chunzong's expression changed drastically. He put away the Mountain Beheading Sword into his storage ring, leaving his hands empty, which surprised his opponent. Did he give up resisting? No. No matter what kind of desperate situation he was in, Chunzong had never given up resisting. This time he wouldn't. The reason why he put away his sword was because, excluding his trump cards, sword techniques were not his strongest strength. His strongest strength should be his finger techniques. Saint Grade High Level, Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger. After a year of closed-door cultivation, Chunzong had successfully cultivated the first finger of the Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger. Even though he was only at the beginning and had not completely mastered it, he could still unleash a shocking amount of power. He raised his right hand and extended his index finger. The super spiritual energy of the 7th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique quickly gathered in his index finger. Strands of profound and tall cloud patterns condensed on his finger like ripples, continuously pushing forward and finally converging at the tip of his finger. Every ripple spread out from his finger, containing the power of 1,000 caddies. It was incomparably shocking. Pushing forward, it was as if it could crush everything. Chunzong felt his index finger become extremely heavy and tense, as if it was about to be crushed by an extremely terrifying force. The difference between a Saint grade high-level martial art and a Saint grade low-level martial art was at least 100 times. Not to mention, the Taiyuan cloud scraping finger and the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique were a complete set, so their power would increase by at least 20 to 30%. Before this finger was even used, its astonishing power had already surpassed that of using the mountain beheading sword to perform dual blade unification. This finger was also the strongest attack Chunzong had mastered so far. Taiyuan cloud scraping finger. Mountain suppressing finger. Chunzong moved his shoulder and his arm forward. Layers of ripples washed over his index finger like ripples. It seemed as if the finger was constantly moving backward, but in fact, the power was constantly converging forward and hitting the tip of his finger. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying momentum swept out in all directions, as if a void storm had been stirred up. When the finger fell, it could suppress an ancient mountain. The finger collided with the opponent's ghost claw, and both sides paused. In the next moment, Chunzong only felt an extremely terrifying power bombarding him, shattering his finger and following the momentum of the attack. It continued to bombard him. Bang! Chunzong was sent flying and crashed into the wall with a dull thud. Fortunately, his physique was strong and he was not injured, but his chi and blood were in turmoil. The Taiyuan cloud-shattering finger was indeed powerful, but his opponent was a real Saint Realm expert. With his current strength, he was still unable to resist. The skinny man was even more shocked. Who was this person? How could he perform such a powerful martial art? For a moment, he even had a strong murderous intent. He wanted to kill his opponent, even if the effect of devouring and absorbing would be greatly reduced. The moment his murderous intent surged, Chunzong felt it. It seems that I have to use my trump card. Chunzong's heart sank slightly as he thought to himself. Unfortunately, although his dragon power had also transformed into super dragon power, there was still a clear gap between it and super spiritual power. The heart-calming sword could not truly merge them. Die! The skinny man clawed out with all his strength. The killing intent was extremely strong. He only wanted to kill Chunzong. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable things would happen to him. As for recovering his strength, it could only be done slowly. It was better than an uncontrollable accident. Facing this attack full of murderous intent, Chunzong looked dignified. He raised his hand, and a scarlet mark appeared on the back of his right hand. Blood-dripping sword seal. This was also the first time Chunzong had activated the power of the blood-dripping sword seal to perform the blood-dripping sword technique. According to Chunzong's estimation, the blood-dripping sword technique performed by activating the power of the blood-dripping sword seal should be able to reach the Saint Realm level. As for the level of the Saint Realm, he was not sure. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.